Hello, good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening workshop here. We're starting a little early at 5:30. You know, we start early so that way we can stay really late. We have the Honorable Jonathan Labonte with us. I'll let you kick things off. And if I can have councilors hold questions until the end of the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jonathan Labonte. I serve as the president of the Lewiston and Auburn Railroad Company. Here tonight to give you an update and look for some city council direction on a project that's been discussed for say at least 13 or 14 years more actively. It was originally envisioned back in 1998. That project is to look at converting the former Lewiston lower rail line from Lewiston to Lisbon Falls to a trail. The Lewiston Auburn Railroad, and I won't go into all the detail of the memo, I think spoke for itself, and I'd rather be able to answer some questions if the council has questions. But the goal is to try to negotiate rights to that corridor, which is currently owned by CSX, was formerly owned by Pan Am. There was some feasibility work done in 2017 that was funded by LARC. I included the maps or the charts of that corridor in your packet. We had a really good LARC board meeting this morning. They were aware and saw what I provided to the council. Our next meeting is in November, so certainly if there's interest from the council to have LARC initiate and help to lead starting that process, I would work with city staff and Maine DOT to start to quantify some of the early costs around consulting or engineering or legal assistance to chart that path and bring that package to LARC so we could invest the dollars that would be needed. It is unlikely, so that corridor is owned by CSX. There's a lot of history around that corridor that goes back about 24 years with the Lewiston Auburn Railroad, which acquired land with the original intent to connect that rail line to our main line near Simard Payne Memorial Park. The land that's currently leased to the city of Lewiston for parking to support the Bates Mill redevelopment was all part of that right-of-way. The DOT's right to use that for right-of-way expired in 2014. The state has walked away from that being an active freight corridor. It is unlikely, highly unlikely, that it would become active freight again. But I would assume that CSX probably would not attempt to sell that corridor. And there is a process, and this is why the sooner we get started, the sooner we can try to get through the process. There's a process at the Surface Transportation Board, which is the federal agency that oversees railroads, called rail banking. So CSX we would be working to try to get CSX to petition to abandon that corridor. We would then request an interim right to have a trail on it, and then they would suspend the abandonment so we could construct a trail, which would in essence be their hedge against having it become anything other than a rail corridor over time. There are related efforts. I mean, there's a long-term goal that's referenced, the Casco Bay Trail proposal to connect Portland to Lewiston, Auburn to Brunswick, and then back to Portland for a triangle. The state recently concluded a Rail Use Advisory Council process, which was a newly created process by the legislature where state-owned lines can be reviewed for an interim trail use. The state owns the line at the end of the CSX line in Lisbon. The state then owns to Brunswick. There's a 3-mile section that has not seen active activity for a long time that Lisbon asked to be converted to a trail from about the Sabattis River Bridge, their current trail, into Lisbon Falls. And the hope is that we can work with DOT as they negotiate CSX out of a freight easement there to pursue the trail rights on the northern end. So I'll kind of stop there. Again, the goal is to be able to hopefully leave tonight with some sense of direction. I've provided Administrator O'Malley with a draft letter, because certainly if LARC's going to initiate efforts, we want to make sure that any parties or partners know that we're working in concert with the city as a partner in that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the council? Councilor Harriman.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting. So at this point, if we were to be in favor of this, LARC would try to negotiate use of that. Would there be any cost associated with it at that point, or would it not be until we signed a lease or something like that?
The intent is not to do anything that brings financial risk to Lewiston without then coming back and getting formal direction. There would be costs to, assuming CSX is a willing partner, there are legal costs associated with drafting filings. My hope is to work with DOT, who has counsel on retainer that does this work for them elsewhere, to do that in partnership with us. At some point, typically these rail bank trail rights can get up to the cost of the actual corridor in terms of acquisition, because rail banks rarely then revert back to active rail. My hope is to negotiate with CSX in a way where they see this as a community benefit project on a corridor that really had no inherent value when they acquired Pan Am. But certainly there would be nothing to create financial risk for Lewiston. I would be building a package to ask the LARC board to make that initial investment, and we would certainly keep staff here and you folks in active communication, so you're aware as we think about finding the capital funds. And that's where this dynamic, depending on the source, if it's federal funds, it'll need a match. Many of you probably know there's a trail bond issue coming up this November. We want to make sure that we can provide projects that could be competitive for the community.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Mr. Labonte, my understanding is that there is no cost presently to the city of Lewiston, and that Lewiston Auburn Railroad Corporation would take the lead in working through all of the paperwork and getting this established. Before any encumbrance or any commitment of Lewiston funds, you would have to come back to the council to do that. And there is essentially no heavy lifting for the city to do, because that would be undertaken by the railroad, by LARC. Is that correct?
That's the plan.
Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Mr. Labonte, I just want to thank you for your tireless efforts over the decades working for public access to open green spaces, connectivity for non-motorized and ADA motorized access to public spaces and connectivity between communities. I'm very much in support of the concept in general, and would support LARC's efforts in order to try to acquire a lease on the land in order to improve it, to connect it to other communities. So, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Harriman.
Thanks. I just wanted to add that I'm fully in support of this as well. Both for the recreation component, it could be a good commuting facility for people going to and from, Lisbon and Brunswick, and just the way it ties into the riverfront island as well. I know it's mentioned in your memo, but it was part of the riverfront island master plan, was to sort of connect this trail in there. So I think it would be really beneficial for the community.
I agree. This is exciting, and yeah, we need more of this. Thank you. Further comment? Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, we can't vote and make a decision tonight, but I'd like you to get certainly the sense of this councilor that there is full support from the councilor from Ward 6.
Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
Me too. Full support. Thank you.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for presenting tonight. Really good. I would like to see everything. Yeah, I'd like you to go forward and see what you get. So, thank you.
Councilor Gallant.
Let's go 7 for 7.
Brian, is that enough for you to sign that later? Nice.
We can't speak for the... Well, we're not voting, but yeah. Okay. Yes, Councilor Najin, did you have something else?
I just wanted to check to make sure that you have a sense for direction for where to go from here.
Yeah, I don't think there was necessarily a need for a vote, and certainly Administrator O'Malley wanted to make sure he understood where the council was before there was a willingness to submit that. And obviously, there's a Complete Streets Committee. We'll look to Administrator O'Malley for who a staff liaison would be, and there's a lot of work to be done, but it'll be good to get going.
Let's get going. Thank you very much for being here,
Thank you.
Mr. Labonte. Have a great evening. We're now up to the second agenda item with Assistant Director Libby. An EPA Energy Efficient Grant Opportunity, or opportunities.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nate Libby, Assistant Director of Economic and Community Development, and I am joined by a colleague. Introduce yourself.
Hey folks, I'm Francis Eanes. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Labor Climate Council. Great to be here.
So we're here to give a brief presentation and solicit feedback on a potential grant opportunity through the EPA. They have an energy efficiency program that has been capitalized with $2 billion of Inflation Reduction Act funding. That funding is being broken up into about 150 grants to municipalities that seek public-private partnerships with community organizations and organizations that do workforce development. The whole crux of the project is to get dollars into energy efficiency projects on the ground that help reduce energy consumption, help build resiliency around sort of adverse climate events, help people and institutions lower their energy costs. So this program was identified. Francis brought it to us. Our staff have been evaluating it. We think we're in a good position to apply and be competitive for these funds. So we want to tell you a bit more about it. As I mentioned, there's $20 million available. There's $2 billion available. Maximum grant award is $20 million. A single institution can apply for up to 2 awards, and there is no match requirement as part of this program. We sort of envision a 2-grant approach, the first being sort of focused on the community and available to homeowners, businesses, and landlords, and the second $20 million application being made available for city infrastructure, city buildings. So for the first, I'm going to call it the Community Benefit Grant. The second I'll call the City Grant. Under the Community Benefit Grant, think about, again, homeowners, landlords, businesses. Eligible projects include a bunch of different things to lower energy consumption, including renovating existing facilities, weatherization and insulation, new HVAC replacement or upgrades, heat pumps, boiler system conversions, LED lighting, solar arrays, all kinds of things like that. This program also has some funding available for things that may be of interest to folks working on the shelter work, but cooling centers are an eligible expense, warming centers are an eligible expense, as well as 24/7, 365 shelters. So there may be some interest from that vantage as well. For the community benefit piece, we envision an asset test to help ensure these funds go to folks that really need it, but we also are thinking a lot of the programs that my department administers are sort of based on HUD guidelines, which say 80% of area median income and you're in. If you're at that income level or below, you're eligible. If you're above that level, you're not. And so for this program, we're thinking of something that sort of tries to target more of the working class and middle class in the community, so something like 120% of area median income, which if you're curious, household of 4, that's a annual household income of $99,000 or less. So again, trying to target that working class, middle class slice of the population would be one way to help sort of target this benefit, but make sure it's open to as large an audience as possible. We're thinking of a straightforward application with that more generous means test. We think a program like this that might sort of be marketed to homeowners and landlords and businesses as we can help you button up your house with insulation, we can help you with a heat pump, we can help you with a small solar array, or maybe a boiler conversion to help you reduce your oil consumption. We think that would be broadly popular. We think that would help household budgets. We think it would help reduce energy consumption and sort of ticks many boxes that I think all of us share for helping out this community. For the city side of the grant, we've started soliciting project requests from departments just to take a temperature of the room to figure out, what are the possibilities? What projects have been planned, what projects have been scoped, what projects have sort of just been dreamt. Let's get that list on paper and see if perhaps we can put together a competitive grant application that makes sort of our city more efficient, spend less on fuel, spend less on electric, and be better prepared for sort of the more common adverse weather events we've been seeing lately. So projects in this area include, and again, this is solicited from all city departments, but emergency generators, window replacement at City Hall, dehumidification at the library, improvements at the Armory to help build that facility out as a more robust emergency center for a lot of different purposes, in addition to being a resilient location for conducting elections. Let's see, electrical vehicle infrastructure for some positions at City Hall that really don't require a gas vehicle, where an electric vehicle might actually save, given the sort of short in-town trips that certain departments need vehicles for. And as I mentioned earlier, another potential is, of course, construction of a 24/7, 365 shelter. So there is a workforce element of this, which is sort of the carrot and stick. It's not just a grant to help sort of do a bunch of projects. It's a grant to help do the projects, but also train the local workforce to carry out the work. That's where Francis and his program comes in. I want to turn it over to him briefly to talk about sort of the his aspect.
That's great. Thanks, Nate. So our organization partners with a whole bunch of building trades who have apprenticeship programs that train workers from Lewiston, from Portland, from all over our state, bring them through earn while you learn models where they're in the classroom, often, at night. I know right here in Lewiston, there's a program for electricians that trains folks, Tuesdays and Thursday nights, but then they're out in the field earning a paycheck, not taking out any debt. Folks can come right out of high school, go into this, in 4 years come out and be making, a really solid middle-class income, earning a pension, right, with health and welfare. This is a really amazing model. We want to grow that model. This grant specifically, the guidelines encourage these kinds of partnerships. Your application will go to the top with this kind of workforce development model. And so we see a real opportunity here to build on what we already do. These programs already exist, but really target it at folks in our community who may not be aware of these models, may not be aware of these apprenticeship programs. And what we've been building out over the last year and a half is what's called a pre-apprenticeship program. It's a 4-week intensive course that brings people who might not be traditionally from a trades family, exposes them to different trades, a carpentry apprenticeship, or perhaps a plumbing or HVAC apprenticeship, or electricians, and gives them some baseline certifications so that in 4 weeks they can go from literally having no experience to being out on the job site, again, earning a paycheck while they are learning under the tutelage of a journey worker. This is really cool, and I think what this grant does is provide some extra resources to build out the number of cohorts of this pre-apprenticeship for Lewiston-based residents and get them to work on these projects, fixing either their home or their neighbor's home, again, helping people save money, investing in our housing stock all across the city that we know can really use that extra boost. So I think there's a real opportunity for some win-win both on workforce development and on investing in our housing and business infrastructure.
So I think if we were to sort of receive this award and then go through our procurement policy, try to get this money out on the street, I think one of the limiting factors to us getting that money out quickly is lack of workers trained in these trades. So what Francis's group brings to the table is that sort of that piece that we're missing currently. I also want to be clear, though, that in following our procurement policies, this work would be available to any contractor in Lewiston Auburn. I think Francis's group will help bring workers and contractors to the fold, but our longstanding Lewiston area contractors would be eligible for these projects as well. Applications are being accepted on a rolling basis, but as I mentioned, there's like 150 they're going to make, so we sort of want to get this moving along rather quickly if we're getting a favorable reaction from you. We think that we're in a strong position to be competitive, particularly with the folks in our congressional delegation that I think would be very willing and able to advocate for us with those agencies to get this funding if we put in a program that really ticks all of the boxes for the EPA, and I think we can do that. We've availed ourselves to some of the technical assistance that's been provided by EPA. We've asked a ton of questions. We've sort of kicked around a bunch of ideas, what's possible, what's not. So we feel like we've got ideas that are coalescing that will form a strong application. So with that, I think what we're asking for you is consideration of this request. As you know, if we're going to apply for a grant, we've got to ask your permission. If we get the grant, we've got to ask your permission to take it, and then we've got to ask your permission to spend it if we get it. So we're going to try to do that in one fell swoop with a resolve on September 3rd, if council's agreeable. And as well, we're open to hearing your thoughts and feedback over the next month. We're welcome to take that feedback tonight, but over the next month, tell us your thoughts. What are your dreams? What are your hopes? What do you think are areas we should target? So with that, Mayor and Council, happy to take questions.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both. Awesome presentation. Anytime there is money on the table that we can bring into this community, we need to do that. Anytime we can save money for our landlords, our residents, our businesses, we really need to do that. So I am in full support of this.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is exciting, and I appreciate you going after it. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. First would be for Francis. Would this program allow the local college or trade schools to train people? Are you able to maybe work with them they might have some funding, extra funding where they can do that? Would be a question. Obviously, a question we come to, and I'll use our local contractor, Gendron, or the city of Lewiston. Could we develop our own program, training program, similar to talking about where they work 3 days a week, and then 2 days a week they go to school at night, maybe to get their CDL or to get a mechanic's license, so we could develop our own program to be able to get both sides of that coin?
Short answer is yes and yes, and I can certainly offline follow up with specific examples that we've already built out. So we work, for example, with a number of adult eds and other training programs that are building those connections with the trade schools to have fluid, both directions. We want to make sure that we're really connecting the dots in the whole workforce development ecosystem. So it's all pathways, whatever gets our folks trained and out onto job sites where they have like long-term careers, that's the goal. The second piece is, our program has sent folks to Public Works. So we already have a pre-existing relationship with the city. We'd be very excited to continue to expand that through this.
Excellent. Part two would be nonprofits. Are they eligible to apply for any of this grant money to either fix their infrastructure? A good example would be currently our church is looking to buy emergency generators so we could be online like the last emergency. We have very huge facility, we have kitchen, we have basically everything that's needed. So would nonprofits be able to also maybe to pinch into this kind of money?
So nonprofits, definitely yes. We thought that the asks, if we went citywide, the asks would probably consume the 20 million very, very quickly. So we tried to create some bounds, but I think it's council direction and discretion here. Tell us what you think are priorities. I think when it comes to religious institutions, I don't know the answer to that one. We could go back unless Francis knows the answer.
Because we have also quite a few around here that run that, different programs. Apartment owners eligible?
We envision
They would be considered a homeowner in a sense to upgrade and do their apartments and things?
Yeah, I think given the volume of multifamilies in the community, we wanted to include them.
Great. And one last, when's the first award?
They've made awards already. The program opened in the springtime, so there were some very folks that were very quick on getting in. I can get back to you. I can try to sort of find out when the turnaround time is.
Curiosity is because it may affect our budget next year, obviously, and that'd be something good to know going into the budget season if we were either eligible or actually won the award, because it might make some differences.
Yeah.
I say this, I know that, grants are due on a rolling basis, but for sure by the end of November. They all have to be in, I know they're making decisions as they receive them, and they want to get money out the door, certainly before the end of this current administration. So I think we'll know certainly, I imagine, before the end of this calendar year.
Awesome. Awesome presentation, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you both very much for the presentation. I think that the program is very interesting. I like the focus on building out capacity for workforce that we have a hard time finding sometimes in our community, especially in newer technologies. I have a couple of questions around the landlord piece. So we have, and I'm just going to voice this, like we don't have to like quantify it right here. Maybe it's something to think about. But we do have cases in our community where multifamily housing is changing hands rapidly and rents are going up. We also have many landlords in our community who are facing rising costs and are challenged to not increase rents while still maintaining the quality of the domicile that they're renting out, of the unit they're renting out. I think parts of these pieces are more efficient, so it reduces costs overall. I just want you to think about how we make sure that the landlords that we're giving the money to maintain housing that is accessible for folks, as opposed to improvements for a multi-unit flip. Just as a point. That's all.
Yeah, I think your first question has a relatively straightforward answer. The program could be designed where it's sort of the benefit is given to the landlord as a no interest, no payment loan with a mortgage attached to it that says, you know, you're not able to sell until a certain period of time has elapsed, and if you do sell, you have to pay the money back. So that's a pretty easy enforcement mechanism. It doesn't require staff sort of going out and inspecting records. It's sort of an elegant solution to the problem you identified. I think the piece about if you get a benefit but you're not able to raise rents, I think that one's probably going to be a trickier one to sort of figure out a mechanism for. Okay, go ahead.
To clarify, I'm not saying that I want rent locks. What I'm just saying is that there's affordable rents, right, versus largely increased rents. And I think a lot of landlords are trying to do the right thing, and they're facing a situation where they do have increased costs, so the rents do have to go up, right? So I don't want to put anybody in a box where we're saying you can't raise the rent, but I do want to consider that these awards would go to folks that are trying to do the best thing in the community for the people who rent. That's all.
Thanks for the
How
clarification.
that looks, I'm not quite sure.
Sure.
I'll just add too, we're working with a number of partners who, you know, whether it's Healthy Homeworks or the Raise Up or others who have deep experience in trying to think through this question of how you can improve housing quality without displacing the people whom you were trying to benefit. And I think that's one of the grant requirements too, is that you have an anti-displacement plan effectively, right? So I think we're actively working through this question of how to both make sure as renovations happen, people aren't displaced permanently, but also to make sure that when they can, you know, come back, that they're not priced out.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you both. A couple of quick questions. Do you envision this as a revolving loan / grant fund of a duration 5, 8, 10, 12 years?
Yeah, I think we like revolving loan funds on the third floor because if you structure it with a really low interest rate or no rate, you manage your defaults well, you make these awards to folks, you have a good, you know, understanding of their financial situation, their longevity, their plan for maintenance, that, you know, revolving loans can replenish over time and they can create a fund that sort of lasts in perpetuity. Right. So we like that concept. We also encounter folks coming into our office who are trying to be the landlord who's doing the right thing, keep rents affordable, their boiler busts, and they are so tight they're in a pinch. And that's where the forgivable loan component can come in and make a property remain in service under local ownership. So sort of envision both options. I think if we created this as solely a grant program, the money is going to go out the door quickly. I think if we sort of consider perhaps a hybrid approach where we've got some forgivable loan component, some grant component, we can stretch the money farther and potentially further in time.
Yeah. Very good, very good. In favor of that. Question for Francis. The workforce training, is that expandable into the high school? Is there a way that the Lewiston LRTC, Lewiston Regional Technical Center, could avail itself of some of these training capabilities and to help supplement the school budget, for example?
That's a great question. I don't know about in this grant if that is something that's been contemplated at this point, but I think absolutely the partnership is something that we are actively building out with them and want to have a long-term pipeline and connection. we'd be very interested to see if that's something we can do in this grant too.
Well, there are two limiting factors. One is the grant guidelines
Yep.
from HUD, and the other is your programmatic capability.
The programmatic capability, that's easy. I think
Okay.
this is a curriculum that is very scalable and can you need basically a classroom, right?
Sure.
And a place where you can practice putting up scaffolding and flagging, right?
We've got that.
We've got that, exactly. So I think in the instructional capacity is a piece that also feels fairly easy to move around and to build out anywhere. I think it's the question of, how do you make sure that the graduates from that are actually getting placed into apprenticeship programs where they have this stable pipeline of jobs, right, near to where they live. That is the biggest limiting factor that we see in building this out.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So real quick, I'm in favor. I had a couple questions. It sounds like this is geared more towards renovation and upgrades rather than new construction. Am I understanding that correctly? Or
I think our vision is more geared in that realm, with the exception of potentially a set aside to support construction or renovation of a 24/7, 365 shelter.
Okay.
I think we are trying to target, and this is open to input from this council, obviously, but trying to support the folks who are here, who are invested here, who own buildings, who rent. Yeah.
Okay. And my second question, if the city applies for this, can the school department apply as a separate entity, or would they fall underneath the city's umbrella?
That's a great question. My immediate response is probably not, but I can get clarification and email the council.
Okay, thank you.
Councilors, it seems like we're mostly in favor of this, and we need to keep this workshop sessions going. But yeah, we'll take a couple more questions. Councilor Gallant, did you have something
Just
last
one
minute?
question. Would Lewiston Housing Authority be eligible to tap into this grant?
They're an independent entity, so they would be eligible.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Nagy?
Just really quickly, on that same subject, you had mentioned the 24-hour homeless shelter. There's a piece there where we've had a couple of pretty major weather events where we did not have a warming center available, and we don't have that public space right now either, for the most part. I know that the Armory is working on obtaining a generator unit, which would make the Armory at least one spot. I just want to put that forward as well. Heating and cooling centers, I think, are fairly important, as we've started to see in recent years. And while there are some available in Auburn, we haven't traditionally been able to provide those without partnering with entities in the private market that have available space. So just to name that.
Sure. And I think as we're developing this plan, consider shelters. In 2024, the use of shelters is far more broad than simply the folks experiencing homelessness, and that when we have flooding events or ice storm events or heat wave events, there are needs for a lot of folks in the community to have a space to get warm or get cool or charge phones or take care of kids or folks that are more disadvantaged or struggling. So it's part of what this program is designed to help accomplish, is build resiliency for adverse weather events in addition to all the other things we've talked about.
Thank you. And so you anticipate this being on the September 3rd agenda?
Seems like we're getting thumbs up, so we'll prepare a resolve that is fairly broad language that authorizes us to go put in the most competitive grant we can write.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Now, next up, we have our state delegation here. Come on down. We're missing Representative LaJoy. Thank you all for being here. Senator Rotundo, if you could just, well, I guess I just introduced you, but if you could just introduce yourself, and then the rest of you could introduce yourselves, we'll get going.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Peggy Rotundo, and I have the honor of representing Lewiston in the State Senate.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Cloutier. I represent House District 94, and I serve as the Assistant Majority Leader.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 93, which is also part of Lewiston.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mana, and I have the honor of representing District 95, which is part of Lewiston.
Thank you all for being here. You're also in possession of this? Okay. I see no reason why we just can't go down the list, or did you have some thoughts, Representative Cloutier? Or
Yes.
Senator Rotundo?
And actually, this is not the fault of Mr. O'Malley, but it looks like the handout that we... No. It looks like you said... Did you get this? Did you? Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Sorry. You do have the right handout. What we were hoping to do was to give you some general information, and then we can go into the unfunded mandates if you would like to proceed in that way. But if we could first share some general information about city funding from the state.
Yes, please, proceed.
Okay, great. You have before you a summary of the education funding that the local school district received. And beginning in 2021, since the beginning of 2021, Maine has funded K through 12 education at the voter-mandated 55% of all costs. This allows municipalities to allocate less of their property tax revenue to fund schools. In this year's supplemental budget, the Appropriations Committee set aside more than $20 million from the state's general fund to continue to achieve this goal, which we will do next year. I just wanted to point out that Lewiston schools will receive over $72 million in fiscal year 2025, and we are the highest receiver of state funding in the state. This figure is 7.8 million, or 7.16% more than its fiscal year 2024 allocation. With regard to revenue sharing, the state municipal revenue sharing program was enacted by the legislature in 1971 for the purpose of reducing the property tax rate. In 2000, the legislature created the Revenue Sharing 2 program, directing 20% of the total amount of revenue sharing funds to be distributed to towns with disproportionately high property taxes. I know that's been a question for many of you. All towns receive revenue sharing. Service centers like Lewiston get an additional amount in recognition of the fact that we are a service center. The rate of revenue sharing went from 2% to 3% in fiscal year 2020, 3.75% in fiscal year 2021, 4.5% in fiscal year 2022, and 5% in fiscal year 2023, and it remains at 5%. So there's been a real effort to increase that over the year, in recent years. In fiscal year 2024, Lewiston received over $12 million in revenue sharing, almost $8 million from Revenue Sharing 1, and approximately $4.2 million from Revenue Sharing 2. The projected combined total for Lewiston in fiscal year 2025 is approximately $12.5 million that the city will be receiving from the state. Before we get into a further conversation about mandates, I want to have you look at the language that is in the Maine State Constitution with regard to unfunded mandates. There is an attempt in the Maine State Constitution to protect local communities like Lewiston from the burden of unfunded mandates. The language in the Constitution reads as follows. The state may not require a local unit of government, and that would be city government or the school board, to expand or modify that unit's activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures from local revenues unless the state provides annually 90% of the funding. Legislation implementing this section or requiring a specific expenditure as an exception to this requirement may be enacted upon a vote of 2/3 of all members elected to each house. That means that if we send through to you from the state a mandate, we are required to pay for 90% of it on an ongoing basis, or we have to pass it out of the legislature with a 2/3 vote in both the House and the Senate, which means a strong bipartisan vote. This language is there in the Constitution, as I said, to protect local communities from unfunded mandates from the state. And I will say that if we send through to you a mandate that is not funded at 90% cost or is not voted out with 2/3 vote in the House, in the Senate, you, as a local community, do not have to fulfill that mandate. Okay? The Constitution is very clear in its protection of local communities. And again, if a mandate comes through to you and one of those two provisions has not been provided, you do not have to follow the mandate. Very clear. Constitution's very clear. Okay? So I just wanted to set the stage in terms of a conversation around mandates. I wanted to mention, too, that the list that was sent to us on education, for the most part, education mandates, provided me with the opportunity to meet with our superintendent. And I felt, and I hope he felt as well, that it was a very productive conversation. Educational policy is very technical, can be very technical. And we were able to talk through the mandates, seeming mandates that had been sent to us from the council. And I think, I like to think that we reached some agreement around these mandates. It helped me to develop a fuller understanding of what the school system was dealing with. In preparation for this meeting tonight, I've had extensive conversations with the Commissioner of the Department of Education. I am prepared, and she's open to my bringing back to her concerns that the superintendent expressed to me. He and I had the conversation about legislation that we could put forward to address some of these mandates or problems with state requirements and regulations. So I guess my feeling is I don't feel a need to go through every single one of these since they do pertain to educational policy. I'm happy to do that. But I think the important part of this gathering is to hear your concerns, for us to hear the school department's concerns, and then to do something about those. And I feel that with the meeting that I had with the superintendent, that I'm in a position with the rest of the delegation to address some of these issues with the Department of Education as well as through legislation. So at that, I will stop.
One second, councilors. Yeah, no, I understand your point. So I guess we're ready to take questions or comments, or is there anything anyone else would like to say before we do that?
So I would just
Representative Cloutier.
Sorry, Mayor. I would just say that I think Peggy's addressed the first half of the questions that we got. It may make sense for us to take questions on those things and then move into the other things that are on the list regarding like property taxes and the Homestead Act and those kinds of things. So we're not sort of dealing with a bunch of different silos.
Excellent. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for being here tonight. And you hit the nail on the head, as far as I'm concerned, with some of your answers in this piece of paper, so I want to thank you for that. I guess where I have a problem is, I would like to think that you all will now start talking to the school before this stuff gets to be a vote. You know, that's part of my issue all along, is I don't feel that the communication at our level, the city level, and the school level is getting to you before you all start saying, we're going to do this or we want to do that. Because then if you have our information going forward, your vote, I hope, would echo what we as the citizens and the city of Lewiston would like to see. So I'm very happy. I don't know how he's doing back there with it, but I'm sure communication is really the key for all of us to get better answers to our constituents, as well as you do, because you all understand the process of doing that. So I appreciate that. You know, some of these questions on here, I think you've answered, and probably some of the things happened because the communication wasn't there prior to you all having an opportunity to make a decision. I mean, and I understand the system well enough that you actually get fed information from Department of Education as an example, and it doesn't always, it sounds good and it looks good and it's going to be great, but sometimes we don't get back here to the ground roots and say, how's it going to affect you? How's it going to affect your tax base? How that's going to happen? That's why we get a little bit uncomfortable and try to answer to our constituents, and we get beat up sometimes on the same side. So thank you for that, and I do greatly appreciate the information you're giving us.
Thank you. May I respond, Mayor Schmidt? Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Gallant. And one of the things that we talked about was setting a meeting up before the start of the new session, and certainly we want to be meeting with you as well. And things do get very busy once the session starts, and you're very busy as well. So one of the things we can talk about, and that we would love to actually talk about this evening, is how do we enhance those communication lines? Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate that and answering the questions. Like Councilor Gallant, I really appreciate this. What I would really like to see is maybe a little bit more transparency with the public too, right? Having the public weigh in on this, because I think that's really important, because like Councilor Gallant said, you know, we have people to answer to just like you do too. And if we would have like a school committee meeting and have the public's input on some of this, it would be really, really helpful. That would really help us out too, so.
Thank you.
Representative Cloutier.
So just getting back to the communications piece, it is very hard, as I think you pointed out. We had 2,300 pieces of legislation this session, and so that is really the purpose of having so many policy committees, is that the policy committee for education deals with the educational policy. Those who aren't on the education committee don't necessarily hear the ins and outs of each of the policies that comes before that committee. So I would ask for a little bit of grace and patience with us because we can't know all of the things all of the time. And I think one of the things that we've talked about as a delegation is really figuring out a meeting schedule with the council, with the school committee, so that we're having these meetings more often. And I think we talked about this the last time we came. But also, you know, when I was on the council and served as the mayor, we had pretty close relationships with MMA, which is the Maine Municipal Association, as you all know, but the audience may not, and also the Mayor's Coalition. And so those folks really helped me to know what was happening at the State House and the things that I should be paying attention to. And so I would say as much as you are able to be in contact with those organizations, the better, because they really advocate extremely well for municipalities, big and small. And so I think that's a really helpful way to stay on top of what's happening at the city level. And then the Maine School Boards Association does the same for the school committee. So I think that there are going to be times where we will know about legislation to check in with you about, and there will be times when we don't. And I think it's really important for both the council and the legislative delegation to be sort of paying attention to what's going on that would affect residents of Lewiston. And then just getting back to Councilor Roy's point, again, we're talking about 2,300 pieces of legislation. There is a public comment period that happens at the State House on every piece of legislation that we pass. And so if there are things that are of interest to you that think would be of interest to residents, we should talk about ways to message that to them so they know when those public hearings are happening. Because I don't know, how possible it would be for there to be like a second public hearing in council chambers for pieces of state legislation. If that makes sense.
Thank you. Councilor Najin, did you have something?
I did. First, I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank you for the work that you've done already with the school committee. We know that the window for legislation is small, and it comes quickly after you're elected, and so. And we know it's an election year. So, I think it may be of value to focus on possibly having some sort of communication in October and again after the elections, because there are pieces that I think we do want to put forward, and we do want to push, and working out those kinks. So that we hit the ground running when a session opens, I think is super important. One of the challenges that we run into in this community is finding qualified employees for the school system, especially around special education needs. And I look at the state college system with the 16 counties and the 16 schools in the different counties, and I think about some of our students traveling 2 counties over for their educational needs. And I think that leveling the playing field against some of the competition within the private market for some of these educational needs is super important. And I think having it closer to home is super important as well. So maybe that's something we could discuss with the school department when we get closer to the legislative rulemaking period. Thank you.
Representative Cloutier, you mentioned MMA. Yes, both myself and Administrator O'Malley serve on the Legislative Policy Committee. So as things are in session, that MMA committee ramps up and provides, it provides 2 things. It provides input to all the municipalities about things that it thinks we should be paying attention to, and then it also receives input from all the municipalities about things that we care about and matter to us. In terms of the Mayor's Council, Lewiston, as you know, Lewiston has been a part of that for quite some time, and I've been involved since the beginning of my first term, and I am currently the chair of the Mayor's Council, and Jeff Harmon, the mayor over in Auburn, is the vice chair, so Lewiston Auburn is well represented there, and we will definitely be in touch as things gear up here. Further comment, Councilor Glant, yes.
One more quick one. On the 2,300 or so bills you talk about, is it possible to get an email of all those bills so we can flag ourselves? I mean, if you get a copy of them, I mean, I must have a running list.
You don't get a copy of them. It's on the website.
But there's a running list.
Yes.
That can be looked at. So I guess I'll check that out, because to me, I'm not going to know teachers' pay. I'm not going to know all these things are going on unless someone presents me a list. And if none of you are on the right committee, you're not going to know. So when it comes time for you to vote, you're not going to know to get back to us possibly. And I have a real concern with that, because a couple of the issues we discussed, I would like to think that if nothing else, you all would have voted no, knowing the situation in Lewiston. Okay? I mean, if my standpoint would be is that if you came and said, hey, what do you guys think? They're going to raise this, it's going to cause your budget to go up $1 million in the school department, we'll be screaming no. I mean, look, it took 3 times to get that budget through. So, we'd hope that you'd be taking our voice back and saying, they don't want that there, or they can't afford that there. What is another option? What more can the state possibly put in, from that standpoint? But I will track them this time in that particular way to see. And then if we have an item that we're interested in, we just send you an email, depending which one, or maybe all might be the best bet, and say, hey, we have a concern we can discuss as a council, correct? And city council has a concern with this particular item. What is your feeling on it? What do you see happening? And maybe get simpler clarity by the emails, so it's than having to call you up or, bring you back out here.
So
sound
the
good?
easiest way to track bills is that each committee lists their own, so you don't have to go crazy.
Do you mind moving the mic closer to you?
You don't have to go and look at 2,000 bills. So if you're interested in education, you click on education, and they list the bills at least 2 weeks ahead of time.
2 weeks?
Yeah, so you'll be able to track them.
From that standpoint. Good, thank you very much.
And I think, oh, I'm
One,
sorry, go ahead.
if I may, one thing that might be helpful, and sometimes the state's website is a little cumbersome. And so what might be helpful is like an email with links for people to sign up for alerts and so on and so forth. That would just be great.
But that would be the legislative email, web page, not the state. So it's much smaller.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
I was just going to say, I can send you a link to the web page on the legislative site that has the list of bills, and then it'll also show you, like, I could also come in and walk you through how to look at it.
I would love to have it, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think, if I might, thank you. This is where the organizations that lobby on behalf of city councils and school boards come in really handy, because you can sign up for on their website, and they will be sending through to you daily information in terms of what's going on that pertains to municipalities, what's going on that pertains to school committees. And that becomes a way to sort of funnel that information, so you aren't looking through all the agriculture bills and marine resources bills. You can really focus on those areas that are important to you. And they will also send out notices about bills that are coming up where they want people to come and testify.
Is there a lobbyist list to sign up to? Do we have to, I hear what you're saying.
So that would
but-
be MMA. I think
Okay.
what
Yeah,
Nick
but
is referring to
Maine
is like
Municipal
MMA.
So they handle all the
Association.
lobbies that's going on at the State House?
They are tracking all the legislation that pertains to city government.
All right, I appreciate it. It's my first year up here,
Oh.
so that's why I have these
Of
kind of
course.
questions, just to clarify what's out there for me to get information on, so I can inform my constituents. Thank you.
And the Maine School Management Association tracks all the bills dealing with school boards and administrative units, yeah.
Just sign up, Councilor Glant, for all the emails. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. And first, thank you all for being here. I was going to add that Maine Municipal does a good job of tracking, the bills that are sensitive to municipalities. I'm pretty sure we all get their email newsletter. Sometimes it's very dense, but they do a good job of covering those bills that they're working on and lobbying around. And I just wanted to add, also with the communication strategy that you folks had asked, it's in the lower third of this page. I think that having some kind of meeting after the election and before the session starts could be really helpful. After the election, we know who's going to be in those seats. And, that could potentially, give us an opportunity to talk about what's concerning to us on the local level. And that's all I've got for right now.
Can I?
Representative Abdi, did you have something?
Yeah, I'll just gonna add that if there's a specific bill that any of you are really concerned about, please reach out to us directly. And even if we're not on that committee, we'll find out some information about it and get back to you. Hopefully, it's not too late and it has not been voted on or anything like that. But there's a lot of us, but we do have legislative aid who can help us when it's really urgent. So please reach out to us directly as well.
And just getting back to Councilor Harriman's point, if there are, we don't have to wait until the election or till October. If you all have things that you're interested in, pursuing, reach out to us now, and then we can be meeting with departments and, coming up with strategies and suggestions and proposals. And then that would then lead to, proposed legislation that any of us can put in. I mean, we can start putting things in now. And then if, depending upon what happens in the election, whoever gets elected can then take it on. It doesn't have to be associated with us individually.
Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Rotundo, thank you for pointing out the Maine Constitution. I haven't read it for the past couple of weeks or so thanks for refreshing my mind.
He's not even joking.
I'm assuming that the state, prohibiting the state from issuing unfunded mandates applies also to the regulatory, to the executive branch. Because my understanding is that some of the particularly painful costs that were incurred in this budget were not legislative, but regulatory. So does the Constitution apply to the departments as well as to the legislature?
Well, many of those rules, once they're promulgated, come back for a vote to the legislature. I think there are things that, we vote on bills, and then the rules get written, and sometimes the rules aren't exactly what we had in mind, and I think that's probably what you're referring to. But many of those rules have to come back for review again.
To the legislature?
To the legislature.
Okay, I thought it was just the Attorney General that reviewed them, so thank you. Every time I talk to you, I learn something new.
Well,
thank you.
I hope I'm accurate.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but one of the big ouchies this year was the requirement that full tuition be paid for private special education. And after digging into it, I discovered that that was a rule promulgated by the Department of Education. It was not necessarily a direct legislative initiative. Was there the 90% funding somewhere buried in the $12 million that the school department received this year from the state?
What happened, as I understand it from the commissioner, is that the amount of state funding going to these private schools that we send our children to was increased, with the understanding that with those increased rates, tuition levels would come down. That did not happen. And that was one of the things that, because of this meeting and information that the superintendent had shared with me, I was able to bring back to the commissioner. And they are now looking into it, because it was supposed to be a wash. It was not supposed to be more expensive. Because these private schools were getting more state funding, they were supposed to be cutting back on their tuition, and that has not happened with most of the schools.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is that next year there's a possibility that we may see a reversal or at least a relaxation of this requirement on Lewiston taxpayers?
Well, what we should see is a reduction in tuition so that it's not as expensive. I'm getting on thin ice here. I don't want to give out any incorrect information. I will make sure that what I'm telling you is accurate, and the superintendent is here, and he perhaps could clarify things, but I will get you an answer to that, Councilor.
Okay. And I'm using that as an example rather than as specific. I do have one other general question. Representative Cloutier, thank you for reminding us that you have faced 2,300 bills. I'm old enough to remember when an onslaught of 1,200 bills was unheard of. So I appreciate that. And I think one of the issues is that there seems to be a tendency now in the legislature to put in bills with nothing but titles. Are you addressing that issue so that when a bill is submitted, that it has substantive language in it rather than, oh, I want this, I want that? Is that something that the legislature is trying to put a cap on, put a lid on?
Yeah, so we are, as a member of leadership, I'm on legislative council. There's a subcommittee of that council that is the Joint Rules Committee, and the Joint Rules are what guide us in how we go about legislative business. So what you're referring to is called a concept draft. And the Joint Rules Committee is looking at how to limit the use of concept drafts. They're also looking at how to limit the number of bills each legislator introduces, because we have some legislators that introduce 90 bills, and we have some that introduce 7. So how we're limiting the workload, providing more support for the Office of Fiscal and OFPR, Fiscal and Program Review, and then also OFPR, and then who does the writing? The Revisor's Office, all of the nonpartisan staff, providing them more support. As a legislature, we're running into the same workforce issues that every other business in the state is in terms of the number of folks we're able to hire and attract. So we have fewer employees than we typically would have after the pandemic. So yeah, we're looking at all of those joint rules to figure out how we can have a more effective, efficient process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor. Promise this is my last one. You gave us this great little
Yes.
flyer. First time I seen it was today.
Yep.
But my question would be, and I understand business, well, the school's a business. 55% of this is going to be paid part of the school's budget, so the 700,000 or so dollars are being hit September 1st, 55% of that you're going to make sure is in next year's budget, so they're only really seeing 45, or is the school going to absorb the full cost?
So what we're referring to is the paid family medical leave program
Yep,
for
sorry.
folks who
Yep, sorry.
can't see this. So the program right now is in rulemaking. So there are the rules that are being written to establish and to operate the program. The way that it's currently set up is that costs would be split 50% between the employer and 50% between the employee. Folks who, and so businesses such as the school department who currently have a plan that is equitable to what the state would be offering are able to keep their private plan. So because it's in rulemaking, it's very hard for me to tell you exactly what the cost of the school department would be. What we're currently paying for disability insurance, all of that sort of gets offset against what the program would cost. So rulemaking is really the process where we are right now.
So when would we know before next year's budget that we
I mean,
have this
I
increase?
think that the superintendent is planning for, what the
Right.
scenario could be.
Right.
And so I think that is probably the best thing to do right now. We're hoping to have rules established by January, like fully drafted, ready to go.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I just wanted to, if we're all set with the education mandates, if we wanted to move to the other questions and concerns, if everyone's all set with that.
Is everyone all set with that? Or anything further from, okay. Councilor Harriman, take it away.
So I guess it's pretty straightforward. There were a couple questions about the Homestead Act, if we can have a similar program locally, and question about the state having a large rainy day fund while municipalities are still often struggling with their property taxes and school budgets.
Which one you want to take first?
We could start at the top, I guess.
Okay. So in terms of the Homestead Act, in terms of whether a municipality can enact its own, the answer is yes, and I provided some examples of other communities in the state who have done that and how they've done that. So, it doesn't really go into depth, but each of the communities have their own websites that you can go and see exactly what they're offering. And then when you say Homestead Act, my assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong, was what you were actually referring to as the Senior Property Tax Stabilization Program.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So that, in 2022, the legislature enacted that program. It was LD 290. It allowed residents 65 and over to freeze their property taxes if they are a permanent Maine resident, have owned a home for 10 years, and are eligible for the homestead exemption. So that is a very broad spectrum of people. There is no means test associated with offering that program the way that it was written by the state and the way that it passed. So eligible residents who move were allowed to transfer the fixed tax amount to a new homestead, even if that new homestead is in a different Maine municipality and costs significantly more than the homestead that they had been residing in. So I think we can all see how this was an unsustainable mess from the beginning. And I'm sure that City Administrator O'Malley and previous city administrators before him would agree that there was no way for the municipality of Lewiston to sustain that, and there's no way for the state to sustain that. So we came back the following legislature and realized pretty quickly that there was something we needed to fix that. So again, lack of income limits, limits based on property value. Came back on June 1st, 2023, the Taxation Committee voted to give approval to LD 130, which was sponsored by Rick Bennett, who is a Republican senator. So there was broad bipartisan support for the fix to this program that we had. And it repealed that property tax stabilization program. It expanded the property tax deferral program and the property tax fairness credit. So what that bill did was raise the maximum amount for the tax deferral program from $40,000 to $80,000 and increase the maximum asset test to $100,000. So again, now we have a means test included with the tax stabilization program. And it increased the property tax fairness credit for Mainers 65 or older from $1,500 to $2,000. And then it also reestablished a new maximum benefit base for those 65 or older at $4,000 and indexed that to inflation. So again, replaced a unsustainable property tax stabilization program with one that is much more sustainable and hopefully helpful still to our seniors.
Councilor Judah.
Thank you. Representative Cloutier, I thank you for this information. When I went on the state website, I learned that LD 130, Senator Bennett's bill, actually died because it was not passed by adjournment. So I did a little more digging and discovered that the property tax stabilization bill was actually killed by a single sentence in the massive LD 258, which was an appropriations bill, I believe.
That's the budget.
And it said, basically, this tax stabilization applies only to the fiscal year beginning April 1st, 2023. So my question is, what happened to all of the good things that were supposed to offset that in Senator Bennett's bill? If it died, did that get incorporated somewhere else?
So I'll respond to the first half and then turn it over to my appropriations friend over here. So oftentimes what will happen is a bill will go through the legislative process. So it'll have a committee hearing, it'll have a work session or several of them. And then if it has a fiscal note, sometimes it will get built into the budget at the end as opposed to having to be voted off the table. And that typically happens with things that have larger fiscal notes because they're much easier to just incorporate into the budget than pass off the table. And the benefit to that is that all of those pieces of legislation get a public hearing and a work session as opposed to just automatically going into the budget where they don't have that. So there's a lot of more transparency and ability for the public to give feedback and weigh in.
And that's exactly what happened. The state property tax deferral program and also the expansion of the property tax fairness credit were absorbed in the budget. So they went into the budget and passed in that way.
And because they were adjustments to programs that already existed, it didn't show up under the LD 130 language, it showed up under language for those other two programs.
No wonder I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I retained about 20% of it, but that's a lot more than I had before.
And if I might, one of the things that we put together tonight is a listing of all the property tax programs, because I'm always amazed as I talk to constituents how many of them don't know about some of these programs. So I wanted to make sure that you all were familiar with the state programs so that you could let your constituents know about them so they can take advantage of them.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So thank you for all that. And then as far as the rainy day fund, I know the governor has some say in that as well, and the state wants a cushion there for anything that might arise. but I think it was asked by one of my fellow counselors if there's any way that there could be more assistance given to municipalities from that fund, or in lieu of putting money in there.
That's a great question, and in the legislature, we always wrestle between programs that are sustainable over a period of time, because we know we have revenue coming in that will support them, and then one-time funding. And what's difficult with the rainy day fund, the budget stabilization fund, is that it's one-time money. So if you start funding programs out of that, or if you give people tax cuts out of that, then eventually you don't have any money left in that fund, and then you have some kind of cliff, and you go right over it because you've used up all your one-time money. And one of the things we used it for this year was for disaster relief, both in interior Maine and along the coast. And we've been able to replenish that money in the rainy day fund, but those are the kinds of things that we think about in terms of one-time money, one-time funding for projects. And you know, the statute says that that money really should only be expended to offset a general fund revenue shortfall. It's really there in case there's a sudden and disastrous downturn in the economy. It's so that we can continue to provide services without having to cut them off in the middle of the year for people. So it really is an emergency fund, similar to ones that I know the school committee has and that you probably have as well. But it's a great question. And there's always tension within the legislature between people who say, we've got all this money, we should be spending it to help people, and others who say, but we don't want to start programs that we're then just going to have to stop, like ARPA funding.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, how much is currently in the rainy day fund?
It's a lot. It's over $800 million. But you know, that wouldn't keep state government functioning for very long if we had a severe and sudden downturn.
Gotcha. Representative Cloutier, did you have something to add before we take questions on that?
I was just going to add to what Peggy was saying, that the way to think about the rainy day fund is also, people refer to it as the surplus. And one of the ways to think about it is the way that we received ARPA money. So we had this big influx of ARPA funding, and we created programs out of it. I know we did that in the school department, and once that money goes away, you're left trying to figure out how to sustain what you've built. And sometimes those are really important, necessary programs that you end up having to cut because you just don't have the funding anymore.
And unlike the federal government, we have to keep our budget in balance all the time. So we have nonpartisan office it's a nonpartisan group that projects how much revenue we'll be taking in over the coming years. That's what we have to build our budget around. And we can't vote out a budget that spends more than is projected that we will be taking in. And sometimes there are some surplus funds, but those are one-time monies that really need to be spent on one-time projects of different kinds.
Understood. Councilor Najin?
Just to speak to the rainy day fund in general, I'm aware of the fact that the funding from the state for a lot of programming is pretty lean in general. And so in that respect, I think when we look at the rainy day funds, the programming that can benefit our municipality in particular, and I think many municipalities across the state, would be looking at our legal system reforms and strengthening, doing things to help better staff the DA's office, to staff the public defender, to create a public defender's office that's actually robust, so that we can get swift justice. And also in the terms of both mental health care, which I would want to say thank you very much for the appropriations that went to our community. I think that that was it was a huge gift to the community, and hopefully will build sustainable programming for a long period of time off of what was awarded to us. But those pieces, both around SUD disorders and mental health care in general, it's a huge challenge for a lot of our communities, and it takes a lot of resources to deal with it in a way that's humane and compassionate. And so, as opposed to maybe a one-time injection into, here's, $10 million from the general fund in order for you to fund something for our municipality, thinking about how to build, healthy systems that do these things or on a state level, more robustly. I think it would help all of us, so.
Councilor Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for answering that. I know we had a really good conversation at the school committee meeting, so thank you for bringing that up. One of my main concerns here is, $800 million, the school budget had to dip into their rainy day fund, which was really hard for them, right? As a council, we had to dip into ours to make ends meet, and then now you're looking at residents in Lewiston that will not be able to afford the new property taxes coming out. So with all that money sitting there on the table, it would be really, really helpful for these citizens to receive some of that. Our citizens that are on a fixed income would really benefit for even a one-time thing, but that's just the reason why I'm talking to you about that, so I appreciate that.
Councilor Chinham?
Thank you. It might help if you could put the $800 million rainy day fund in perspective. What is the size of the annual or the biennial main budget, state budget?
Let me see if I have the most recent. It would probably take care of maybe a month or so.
A month or so. Okay, so it's a big number, and for us at the local level, it's enormous. $800 million. Wow, it's rich as Croesus. But in the context of the operating budget of the state of Maine, it is not all that great. So we face the same thing here. We in this council went through the same discussion, the same frustration, and the same disagreement about the use of our reserve funds when we were putting our budget together. So we fully appreciate the dichotomy and the difficulty of doing that.
Councilor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to switch gears real quick, only because time is getting relevant. Councilor Roy and myself both sit on our homeless committee shelter, and we'd like to ask you all to go back in September, the very first thing you do, and try to find some money. You know, the governor has given money to other cities for their immigrant program. Well, we have homeless immigrants, and maybe some of that money could be somehow funded to us so we can get this project up and running. That's a huge thing for our community. After what happened in October, I think it'd be a blessing for us to be able to have some kind of shelter or something put together in a framework. We are going out and applying for an RFP, which will happen today, to community to be partners with. We're also going out to Maine State Housing and doing different things. But if you all could make that a priority for the city of Lewiston, that would be awesome.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
So, sorry, that felt very loud. When we've come here before and we've had the conversation around homelessness and shelters, I felt like there's been a disconnect between the understanding that Maine Housing is actually the housing entity for the state. Like, that is where money from the state for those things comes from. So if you're applying for grants from Maine Housing, then that is exactly the thing that you should be doing. That is, even if we were to build something into the budget, it would come from Maine Housing. So having those relationships and those conversations with them, I think, is really, really important. And then we can do, the advocacy with them and the sort of lobbying, I guess, with them once we know that that's been submitted.
Yes, please continue, Councilor Glant.
With that being said, could we get possibly letters of support from you all for our
Absolutely.
package going forward. I think that would carry some good weight in the community as well as at the state level, that you guys are already on board. And I know you'll talk to them for us, but that would be great if maybe you guys could put something together for us.
Yep, absolutely.
And I chair the Appropriations Committee, and that money comes through us. And I know that Maine Housing is very eager to be able to work with Lewiston to address Lewiston's needs.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I know we're getting short on time, but I didn't want to overlook the questions from you all down at the bottom. So I think we've pretty much answered the second and third ones. The first one, though, as far as the city administrator hiring process, you had asked if there would be an opportunity for finalists to give public presentations, including feedback. And
I sent this before.
yes, we had the
What the-
workshop last
yeah.
week, but we're looking at like mid-October probably for the, a meet and greet sort of public forum with the finalists. And then for the last one, you were interested about the timeline for the Gendron project off Farwell Street.
I can answer that one, Councilor
Okay,
Harriman.
yes, thank you.
I can tell you that the Gendron submitted all their project just yesterday, so it's under review. The earliest it would go in front of the planning board would be September 23rd. So if that's going to happen, that's when the notifications would be given out to the folks that want to weigh in on that decision. So we're looking at the end of September, at the earliest.
I do just want to add, though, that this is the third time, I think, that this project in particular has come before a council, and that at least the first time it came before, that public outreach was done to members of my neighborhood in advance of anything coming before the council and in advance of anything coming before the planning board. So it was a community conversation with the developer to talk through the issues. People in my neighborhood are feeling very, very left out of the conversation this time around. And so it felt incumbent upon me as a former counselor in that area and as a state legislator to not express that to you publicly.
Thank you for that. Councilor Harriman, yes?
Thanks. Yes, and that's very understood. I know that that property was rezoned under a previous council, and then this council, we acted on a TIF agreement with the developer. But as far as the plans and everything, that all will go through the planning board, as Administrator O'Malley said.
Administrator O'Malley and the abutting neighbors will receive notices, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Anything further about that, Representative Cloutier?
Looks like.
Right, yes. But you don't have anything further at this point. Thank you. Councilor Najin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a question on the process before, who organized it and how did it happen? Okay, gotcha. That's probably something that we can set up.
I spoke to the mayor about it because, again, then my neighbors were coming to me and asking me about it, and it seemed an important thing to do. I would personally advocate that be part of an outreach strategy that the city incorporates going forward around these issues. There was also a senior housing, not development, but project, I would say, that was going in on East Avenue that was highly contentious, and I just think anytime there are going to be those kind of neighborhood issues, contentious issues, that it makes sense for the city to do the outreach as opposed to waiting for people to come to you.
And just to respond to that as well, when the Saxon Partners project was put forward, there was actually a community meeting that was held, not just for abutters, but for folks that lived in the area that the project was going in. So that's a piece of muscle memory I think we've lost, and probably be a valuable thing to get back, because it's important to have the constituents both be informed and engaged. So thank you.
Further comments or questions from the council? Councilor Najin, yes.
The one thing that I just really want to mention in this space really quickly, and unfortunately it's about guns and gun violence in general. We're facing some challenges in our community right now, and I would hope that a lot of work, I think, was done in the last session, but I would hope that we could look at possibly either rescinding the constitutional carry reciprocal laws and changing to a shall issue permit piece, and also raising the penalties for reckless conduct with a firearm or reckless discharge of a firearm. We live in a community where I think reckless conduct at like the Hiram Dirt Pits is a different issue than reckless conduct on College Street. So I just want to name those two things. I think the Lewiston delegation would be the right group to push that forward, since home rule is no longer allowed for gun control in the state. So.
That actually was a question that I had that didn't make it onto this list that I had sent to Council President Harriman and Administrator O'Malley late yesterday, just in response to the shooting that happened most recently, but also in response to the Commission on the October shooting releasing its final report today. I would very much like to, and I guess I'm making this request of Administrator O'Malley, have a conversation with our police chief, just in terms of what would be most helpful to them from a legislative perspective going forward. And then, sorry, one more thing, not related to that, but getting back to the communication strategy and the MMA and the Mayor's Coalition, and I guess maybe the Maine School Management Association. I feel like maybe there has been some kind of a breakdown in the communication between the council and maybe the school board and those organizations, because in all honesty, we didn't hear from any of you until there was a problem. And again, I understand that it's difficult for us with 2,300 pieces of legislation. It's difficult for you with 2,300 pieces of legislation and not knowing, I think, the process. And so I really want to stress that it's important for whoever's the liaison for those organizations to make sure that everyone's getting the information, and for you all to make sure you're getting the information from whoever those liaisons are, so that you can then reach out to us. However, you can always reach out to any of us, but maybe it makes most sense for like how our districts match up to the wards. I don't know. But just in terms of thinking about that ongoing communication strategy, those liaisons are really where that information should be coming from to you all, and then we can then dial into the deeper conversation.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Gallant.
Again, the last time, not everyone agrees with the concealed carry. You should know that. It's not a wisdom of the council. And I agree with you, 6 of us are brand new. With our new policy and procedure in place, we're going to start rotating 3-year terms and 2-year terms, and I think you'll see less of that being a problem. You know, we're all brand new, and on January 1st, we just like, huh?
Yeah.
So, and I think that's going to improve, and this next year will be better, and then once the new system comes in, I think we're not going to have the problems we inherited simply because of such a great turnover. Thank you.
Yeah, anything further from any of you?
May I just say how much we appreciate being able to meet with you tonight and hearing your concerns and being able to share information. We all serve the same people here in Lewiston. Your constituents are our constituents, and we want the best possible life for all of them. So we're all on the same team, and this kind of communication just is really very helpful to us as we do our jobs and do our best to serve the people of Lewiston. So thank you for your service, and thank you for inviting us tonight.
We appreciate, we definitely appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your candid responses to our questions. Yeah, you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are, yes, we got a council meeting coming up. We're going to take a quick break and try to start as soon as we can here. but it'll be at least a few minutes.
Cindy, any kind of emails?
Hello, welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. We're starting a little late, but I appreciate your patience. I believe we have our Director of Public Works here, Kevin Gagnon, I see him right there, and he has graciously agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much, Director Gagnon, and thank you so much for you and your department's hard work at the Balloon Festival this past weekend. Do we have any Lewiston leads? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Okay, great. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 7.
I believe we have minutes to accept.
You do. Acceptance of the minutes of the July 16th meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Councilor Chittum. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you're a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office.
Roddy Parity, Ward 6. I'd like to thank Susan Longchamps, Councilor Ward 2, for helping the lady that was 90 years old and bringing up the issue of seniors that are homeless. And it was really weird because the week before it was on the news that there's an increasing number of seniors now that are homeless throughout the United States. And this is where we got to look at these. The lady that Susan took in didn't even know what happened to her. And this is what is so pathetic. What are we doing? We're not communicating in this community. And I'd like to say something to the people of Lewiston. Where were you last Thursday? There was only 5 of us here that made a comments about the search of the Lewiston administrator. I hope you sent emails in. It's a shame because you people are going to be the ones that complain, okay? If you love Lewiston, you will speak up. You will say what you want, and no one can stop you from speaking up and saying what you want. Seniors, we need you, okay? You're the ones that built this city, and we need you in there. And I want people to think about what I see when I walk into my church every Sunday, loving people. You know, if we did that, the world would be a better place. When I walk into my church, I feel at peace because it says loving God and loving people. Thank you. God bless you, Lewiston.
Director Roy, do you mind just turning that screen a little bit towards me? Excellent, thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Jeffrey Adams, 34 Howard Street, here in the city of Lewiston. Good evening. I'm here to ask the council to consider a charter amendment to allow ranked choice voting in Lewiston elections. As you can probably tell by listening to me, I didn't grow up around here. In my home state of Mississippi, just a few generations ago, only 6% of eligible black citizens were even registered to vote. People who look like me, who did try to register and vote, face violence and abuse. Maine may seem a world away from Jim Crow, Mississippi, but it's still important to keep asking how we can make our democracy more democratic. When only 16% of registered voters in Lewiston decided who's going to be the mayor, it seems like we can do better. I come to you as someone who believes in democracy, but I don't always find it easy to participate. I'm a single dad who sometimes has to put my kids first. I'm a manager of a business, and some days I work till 8 p.m. There are lots of people like me out there, people who are just trying to get through each day, people who deserve a voice. Ranked choice voting makes it easier for us to use our voice, and I call that a win for democracy. Thank you.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. I'm going to piggyback on what Ronnie Parody was mentioning. Well, it's great to see more than 4 people here tonight. I'll start there, I guess. Unfortunately, the rules that were established by our recruitment consultant are, how do I say this nicely, non-workable. Anyone that's ever worked in the recovery community knows that the first step to solving a problem is acknowledging past transgressions and issues. A positivity-only approach will not help us hire an administrator and move this city forward. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Scott. I live in Ward 1. I'm actually nervous tonight to speak, which is very rare. I know most of you know me. I never have a hard time speaking. What I'm going to speak about tonight is fear. Saturday evening, I got a phone call in the middle of the night from the father of my grandchildren to tell me that his apartment building was surrounded by police and there was an active shooter in his neighborhood, and he was terrified for my grandkids. Not 24 hours later, maybe a little, about that time, my mother, who lives on Shawmut Street, 4 buildings down from where she lived, there is a shooting. My mother, who has lived in this city her whole life, had a business in this city, worked years to better this city, retired in this city, is terrified to leave her house to go do groceries. My 7-year-old grandson, next Tuesday, starts soccer with the Lewiston Rec Department. His soccer practices are down by the Coliseum in the field over there. My daughter is terrified because she's like, what could happen, Mom? I grew up in this city. As most know, I'm a walker in this city. I grew up in downtown Lewiston. I had a paper route in the morning as a 12-year-old little girl on Bartlett Street. There was crime. There were things happening. I was never afraid. My family, my children, my grandchildren, my mother, my sister, we have fear. What are we doing about this? Something needs to be done. I sat in your seats a year ago, right in that seat right there, and I brought up this conversation, and I was vilified for being anti-police. This is not about being anti-police. This is about getting something done in our community, having a plan in place, and assuring that our citizens feel safe in our community. Right now, that is not happening, and I am angry about that. Something needs to be done. So I'm here to ask you, the sitting members of this council, to say something, do something, and find out what we are doing as a community and as a city for a plan to make our whole community feel safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hunter. I live on Weber Ave in Lewiston. We're fortunate enough to live in one of the only 2 states in the country that allows for ranked choice voting, which was a hard-fought battle from voters across the state, and there's no reason that we shouldn't use it in our local elections. With a 29% turnout for city elections before the runoff and only a 16% turnout in the runoff to elect the mayor in 2023, I think our voters deserve better. I'm asking the City Council to amend the charter and vote to allow ranked choice voting in all future city elections. If you, like me and many other voters in Lewiston, want to strengthen democracy, I implore you to think globally and act locally. Thank you.
Matthew Egern, Ward 4. I'd like to start off tonight with some positives. Councilor Longchamps, let me say thank you for taking in the 90-year-old Cecile Lavelle,
Oh, boy.
who was made homeless by being evicted from her apartment that she didn't even know she was being evicted from. Your actions really helped shine a public light on how easy it is for our seniors to become homeless and the lack of any real safety nets for them if this happens to them. Not everyone would have taken in a stranger in need into their house. And if I had the ability right now to throw a Lewiston Leads to you, I would. Let me say, the Twin Cities managed to pull off the LA Balloon Festival in a short period of time. The only real downer was a lack of balloon launches because of weather. If we're running again next year, can we fix that? Fix the weather. Next, I want to give a shout out to our Public Works Department for fixing the rock wall at the corner of East Avenue and Webster, again, after it was hit by a car. It really looks great, once again. Now, has city staff double-checked so that unlike Bangor, all our new public bathrooms are ADA compliant? As Bangor has now had to send 4 of theirs back because there was an error in the schematics that they submitted to the manufacturer. So they're going to have to pay to have them rebuilt. Now, how embarrassing is it for the city of Lewiston to have our president of the city council and our city council school rep out there admitting on Sun Journal's Facebook page story on our new public bathrooms that we're installing, that the Sun Journal had to stop comments on, and I quote, "I think they will. I've gone to the bathroom several times in our parking garages and alleys because there are no other options. If there was a restroom available, I'd gladly use it." This may have been your way of showing support for these new bathrooms, but it was done in a way that doesn't help the city's image at all. This is an image that the city has been working on hard to change people's view of. Unfortunately, you are now the poster child for what Dirty Lou stands for to the general public out there. As our council president, Scott Harriman, you are the second public face of this city, only behind the mayor. We see you on news reports. So, Councilor Harriman, now let me give you the public chance to do the right thing tonight. And please resign both your presidency and your school committee seat. I'm not asking for your...
That's time, thank you.
Mayor Shaleen, I will now ask the councilors to be allowed to continue my public plan comments per Section 15 of the rules the council operates under.
You're free to submit the rest of your public comment to public comment at lewistonmaine.gov.
Sir, may I ask the council to continue? It's in their own rules.
Your public comment is now over. Thank you so much.
No, it isn't, sir. Not until the council rules. They have the decision, not you.
If you can please step aside so we can allow the next person to speak. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Jones. I reside in Ward 2. I also own property in Ward 7. I'm working to build a business in our city. I'm here about actually something completely unrelated to all the emails that I've sent you over the last few weeks. So I've emailed you concerns with Councilor Harriman's behavior, and I've emailed you concerns with non-seniors living in senior housing. Multiple community members are coming forth saying that there are people who do not meet the criteria for places like Meadowview living at Meadowview. That piggybacks right on the back of Ronnie Parody's concerns. There's something else I emailed you guys about. Oh, the shootings. Like Linda said, something has to be done. Something. Like, which shooting? Yesterday's shooting? Today's shooting? Oh, there were 2 shootings today. It's getting out of control. Like, it's out of control was a long time ago. So my purpose for coming tonight is to offer a friendly challenge to all 8 of you. I'll extend it to Carl, too. Once a month, I cook dinner at St. Martin de Porres shelter, the shelter that Jimmy Cutting manages. You're allowed to access their food in their pantry, or you can bring food yourself. You can cook at home and bring it in, or you can use their kitchen. I've used their kitchen. I cook once a month. I am challenging each of you to cook once a month also. That's all. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Lucy Britt. I live in Ward 1, and I just wanted to quickly state my support for the aforementioned charter amendment to instate ranked choice voting for local elections. We're really lucky to live in a state that has ranked choice voting. I teach politics at Bates, and one of the things I'm talking about in class this semester is about how great ranked choice voting is for democracy and for making democracy accessible to everyone, including people who have a lot on their plate and barriers to voting. So, yeah, thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a consent agenda.
We do. There are 5 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, order authorizing the acting city administrator to sign a letter of donation and release of agency obligation form related to temporary easements at parcels 1, 2, 3, and 5 on Main Street. Item number 2, amendments to the traffic schedule for housekeeping changes. Item number 3, appointment of city councilor to Androscoggin County Budget Committee. Item number 4, continuation of public hearing regarding the tax increment finance district proposal for the Continental Mill property. And item 4B, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 23 River Street.
Mr. Roy, did you have something to say?
Yes, pursuant to council rules, I'm requesting that item 3 be pulled off the consent agenda and considered as an individual item. Thank you.
4B? Did 3.
Item 3, the County Budget Committee.
Okay, thank you. We'll pull that out. Yes, Mr. Agron, did you have something?
Item 4.
So we, Madam Clerk, we will pull out items 3 and 4.
Sure. So the consent agenda will consist of item 1, 2, and 4B.
Excellent. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Glatt. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward 2. I'm sorry, Ward 1. Sorry.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now at item number 3.
Yes. Item 3, appointment of city councilor to Androscoggin County Budget Committee. Requested action to appoint Councilor Chittum to fill the vacant position from County District 3 on the Androscoggin County Budget Committee. Said appointment to be effective as of August 20th, 2024, and expire December 31st, 2024.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor.
Second.
Councilor Harriman, second by Councilor Gallant. Questions, comments from the council? Are you ready, willing, and able to serve, Councilor Chittum?
I am, yes, indeed. I've got the schedule, and I've compared it with my current schedule, and there's only one minor conflict, so I'm happy to do that.
It's a thankless job, but nonetheless noble work, so I appreciate that. Further comments or questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Pursuant to the county charter and Article 5 and 557 vacancies, this is a, per the county charter, this motion is not needed as it's the vacancy provision in the county charter is self-executing. The budget committee for a vacancy for an unexpired term solely rests with a majority vote of the budget committee, and any vacancy is to be filled from the same municipality and district as the vacating member. And in this case, that would be the former councilor for Ward 6, Lee Crement. So, and as the usual is the case when it comes to Lewiston's representation of our 3 county commissioner districts, the current councilor is the only eligible member. Of course, that brings up the point of our other 2 municipal officials who qualify since our large turnover in city councilors. That's not addressed by this motion. And again, the budget committee, when they meet on September 25th, which is the only public meeting of the budget committee that's actually published at this point per the county's website, is self-executing and solely rests with the budget committee. And this motion should be tabled to a date never. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Further comments or questions from the council? Councilor Glant.
Are we following the rules?
I defer to our Madam Clerk.
Yes, so thank you, Counselor. So we reached out to the county. Actually, the county reached out to our council president, who forwarded it to me. We've had emails back and forth for the past month or so, and they did confirm that the council would need to select their nominee. And I'm not sure, as Mr. Roy was saying, maybe the council is nominating and the county budget committee needs to ratify. That I'm not sure, but the instructions that we've received in multiple emails from multiple county officials was confirming that the city council should be selecting their representative. And as was noted, Lewiston is in 3 county districts, District 1 and District 2. Those representatives were selected in January, yourself, Counselor, and Counselor Longchamps, and then we did have a third one because Lewiston is, part of Lewiston is in part of District 3. And so as Mr. Roy said, Counselor Clement from last year filled that seat. In checking the residency, Counselor Chittum is the only counselor or elected official who resides in County District 3, so he's the only one who's eligible. He said that he is available and willing to serve, so it's just a matter of, that's why we have it on the consent agenda, to approve it. We'll notify the county tomorrow that he is the council's choice, and then if the budget committee and the commissioners need to ratify that, they can take care of that. But on our level, we were told the council should make that selection.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Councilor Chittum. Item number 4.
Item number 4, continuation of public hearing regarding the tax increment finance district proposal for the Continental Mill property.
So moved.
Second.
Yes, Councilor Glant, followed by Councilor Chittum. Director Jeffers, please kick this off.
Yeah, I had hoped that we would not need to continue this to one more meeting. I know I made a promise at our last meeting that we would take action this evening. However, with the council having one meeting each month during the summer months, there have been some changes requested by the developer that we'll be discussing later in the night in executive session, and hence the request that we continue this one more time. We fully expect it to, depending on how the conversation goes this evening, we fully expect it to be in front of the council at the next meeting, but it was either continue it once again or spend several $100s advertising it tomorrow for a meeting on the 3rd. So we thought this was the better way to proceed.
Thank you. I realize that deals like this can take time, so thank you very much. But next time I expect pizza. Councilor Najin, did you have something?
Not at all, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, sorry. Comments or questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew D. Egrid, Ward 4. In July's council meeting, Director Jeffers said if we continued this, this would be the last time you guys would be here continuing it. It's been on the agenda now for at least 6 of our meetings. Can we at least please hold Director Jeffers to his word last month and let it die tonight? So when they are finally ready, because there is no guarantee that come tonight that there won't be some other reason we'll be pushed off again. They are not going to be ready next meeting to have the TIF, so let's let them wait and have them re-advertise this. He even stated last month that there was debate whether or not it should have been continued before last month's meeting. It should not have been. It should have been allowed to die last month. But on his word that it would be ready for this meeting, I did not stand up here and argue that it should die. I'm not willing to do so this time. Neither should you as the council. You should let it die.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, can the Director Jeffers confirm that the contractor's even done the work for the traffic permit study, which has been the stated reason since at least June, and like Mr. Akron said, this is the 6th meeting. Can we get an actual confirmation that which I presume is the state that's doing this traffic permit study, has actually done at least the preliminary work to actually complete the necessary work that council and planning board needs done for this public hearing to actually go ahead. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Yes, Director Jeffers, did you want to answer that?
I can speak to the issue with the traffic movement permit. The process is actually the developer's consultant puts together a traffic study that is reviewed by a contractor that works for the city, and then it is reviewed a second time by Maine Department of Transportation. And we're in the process at this point of DOT is saying, here's some of the things we think that need to happen, and there's the back and forth between the various parties. So yes, the work has been done. Has there been a settled, you've now got a traffic movement permit? We're not there yet, but that is part of the delay.
Thank you for that. Further questions or comments from the council? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, I'm curious. Advertise, if we do not continue this tonight, then we would have to re-advertise the hearing because of a complexity in our ordinances or our charters. That's going to be costing $200?
I believe it's more. I did not check to see what we spent last time.
It's some,
but it is some amount, and it is by state statute. You need to advertise 10 days before a public hearing for tax increment financing projects.
okay. I guess I don't have a problem with anything that the city is doing to save money, particularly since my understanding is that these delays have not been occasioned by the city itself, but by external forces. So while I've heard the public comment, I think anything we can do to save money in this regard is worth it.
I agree with Councilor Chittum. We're going to save money and save time, and the last thing I want to do is signal to a developer that there's some hesitation up here. So, yeah, I just urge the council to vote for this. Further comments or questions? Madam Clerk, please call, or, sorry, one second, Madam Clerk. Director Jeffers, did you have anything else?
No, I've been as forthright as I can be as to the process, and I apologize that it has been delayed. I would venture, though, we did not start advertising this back in March, so if it had been 6 months or even, so I don't think it has been that long. I believe it's been April and May. 6 meetings, so there have been some. Okay.
If the audience could, and the council chambers could remain quiet, that would be great. Thank you. Sorry, please continue, Councilor Jeffers, or Director Jeffers.
It's pretty straightforward. It is not ready for council action at this point. We are going to be discussing some of the elements later tonight. We'll have clear direction as to sort of the preference, and then we'll go back to the developer and fully expect we'll be back in front of you early September.
We appreciate your tenacity in getting this done. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I believe we're now at item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Colisée, 190 Birch Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Colisée, 190 Birch Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Najin. Comments, questions from the council? Councilor Chittum.
I would just like to thank the clerk's office for apparently examining and correcting the distance on the second page, distance to the nearest dwelling. The applicant's aware that a change has been made. Did you make that, or did the applicant make that?
So we made it, but full credit goes to the Code Enforcement Department.
Okay,
But
well, I'm
staff
gonna.
did, yes, did
I will,
make
I
that
will
correction.
rescind then my thanks to you and convey them to the
Yes.
Codes Department. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I am eternally thankful for you and your department, so thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing on a new application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Fishbones American Grill, 70 Lincoln Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Fishbone's American Grill, 70 Lincoln Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Najin. Comments, questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing for approval of an outdoor entertainment permit for Kennedy Park. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from the ADS Church for outdoor musical concerts to be held at Kennedy Park on August 24th as part of a worship and praise event, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the Organizing Committee for the Outdoor Music Concerts, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Harriman, second by Counselor Gallant. Questions, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing and first passage to amend the business license ordinance for the licensing of homeless shelters. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Chapter 22 Business Licenses, Article 16 Homeless Shelters of the City's Code of Ordinances receive first passage by a roll call vote, and to continue the hearing to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Gallant. Administrator O'Malley, do we have staff here?
I am the staff.
Oh, yes.
For this item. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder.
Please
Council-
kick this off,
Yes,
Madam
thank you.
Clerk.
And we'll say it for the benefit of the public. A little bit ago, the council held a workshop and reviewed a lot of proposed recommendations to the shelter ordinance. The recommendations really fell into 2 separate categories. One was wordsmithing and grammatical changes, and then the other one was substance and policy changes. So there were a lot of changes throughout the whole ordinance. So what you have before you tonight are just the ones related to wordsmithing and grammatical changes. We kind of wanted to get those approved and out of the way and on the books. The full proposed ordinance amendment went to the ad hoc committee, and they have met and reviewed it. I believe they're still reviewing it. We've asked for their input recommendation, or sorry, the council asked for their input and recommendation regarding the items related to policy changes and substance items. So what you have before you tonight is just basically housekeeping, wordsmithing, typos, grammatical errors, that sort of thing.
Yes, in our previous, was it a workshop before?
It was, yes.
And that is now coming back to me, so thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Counselor Chittum.
Yeah, so my question is, if we approve this on first reading tonight and second reading in September, will it be back again with the substantive changes after recommendation from the Shelter Committee?
Yes, but I don't know what time frame that is. But the hope is if the council wanted to approve this tonight for first passage, final passage on the 3rd, then we'll have those already incorporated, so at least it's partially cleaned up, if you will.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to continue.
Yes.
Yeah, I do have one housekeeping and a number of substantive, but if it's coming back for substantive review, then I'll hold those comments. So that hour and a half I spent this afternoon, I'll never see again. On page CH 22-2, the second page, 4th paragraph down, on 5th paragraph under controlling persons, the Article A is missing. It should read interests in an entity that is a for-profit organization.
Okay.
And other than that, all my other comments are much meatier.
Further comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item?
Okay, I've never seen a public comment I didn't like. Anyway, Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, under rules through Robert's Rules of Order, since these are technical and verbiage changes, you could just waive and go right to final passage. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, I'd like to get the Madam Clerk to weigh in on that observation by Mr. Roy.
Sure. My advice, I can't make a ruling, but as parliamentarian, my advice is that the Code of Ordinances supersedes Robert's Rules of Order in the hierarchy of governing documents for your meeting, and our City Code of Ordinances does require 2 readings. And so just for clarification, it's not simply just fixing typos. If we could fix typos, staff has the ability to do that. It's changing the location of some words and changing out some words. So it is having, even though it's grammatical in nature, there are some changes, not just typo changes.
Thank you for that, and in my view, better safe than sorry. It won't hurt to have 2 readings.
I'm really glad you're here, Madam Clerk. Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
And yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 9.
Item number 9, order authorizing the acting city administrator to issue a request for proposals for the development of a permanent low-barrier adult shelter. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the acting city administrator to issue a request for proposals for the development of a permanent low-barrier adult shelter.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Glant,
Second.
second by Councilor Chittum. Administrator O'Malley, did you want to say a word?
Sure. Craig Saddlemeyer, why don't you come on down? He is the co-chair of the ad hoc homeless shelter committee, and I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Pleasure to have you, Mr. Saddlemeyer.
You.
The Honorable Saddlemeyer, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer. I live on Maple Street in Lewiston. I'm co-chair of the Ad Hoc Shelter Committee, along with Councilor Roy, who's the other co-chair. Councilor Gallant also serves on the committee with us, and we have many other dedicated committee members who have been meeting weekly, basically, since our appointment. And what you have before you tonight that we'd like to talk about is a request for proposals for a Lewiston shelter provider. I'll give a basic overview of what we're talking about and answer any questions that you have. I guess first of all, I'll begin by saying this is a qualifications-based request for proposals. This is not a request for proposals that offer an actual deliverable. This is a qualifications-based RFP, so that means that we are saying we are interested in developing a 24/7 emergency shelter for homeless adults 18 and up in the city of Lewiston, and we would like the most qualified shelter provider and their partners to basically demonstrate their interest in working with the city to develop this shelter. And what are their qualifications? We asked them to describe their qualifications in terms of the mission and vision of their organization, their experience serving the unhoused community, their experience working in Androscoggin County with partners in Androscoggin County, their financial capacity to be a functional and sustainable organization, their human resource capacity to manage the staff necessary for such an operation, their real estate development experience, their shelter management experience, and then we also ask for some boilerplate stuff like financial statements. But so there are sort of 2 different ways we approach this, and I think earlier the shelter committee was imagining that it would be more of a specify exactly what we want and then ask for more specific proposals on that. And we have changed the strategy. We want to select a qualified shelter provider to be involved with us earlier so that they can help shape the most realistic vision for a shelter and help us begin applying for grants. And there are some important opportunities coming up that we will miss, and they're one-time funding opportunities that we will miss if we do not have a shelter provider selected. It would not be enough for us to just say, well, conceptually, we'd like to do this someday, we'll find someone to do it, can you commit money to us? That would not fly. We need someone, working with us now in order to be eligible for these funding opportunities. I'll get a little bit more into the timeline in a moment. In terms of the basic parameters, we've included in the RFP a program scope. This is something that our committee worked on a fair bit, sort of as soon as we started. I'll just mention some of the highlights. So we're talking about a 24/7 shelter that would serve something up to 60 homeless guests, something in the range of 40 to 60. It would be in a facility that is in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 square feet, ideally up to 10,000, just so that it offers some more programmatic flexibility. The criteria here that we're looking to fulfill begins with serving adults 18 and up of any gender. We hope that after it's up and running, there's a potential to expand capacity to support families as well. But it's not starting there because serving both populations is complicated and it is very dependent on what the facility can do to provide separate spaces, et cetera. The staff to guest ratio that we're establishing is that one staff member must be present for every 10 guests present, with a minimum of 3 staff members per shift. This would be a 3-shift operation. We've outlined protocols for safety is very important in this, and that's part of why we're establishing the staff ratio, is for the safety of the guests, the safety of the staff, and the safety of any neighbors to the facility. Services must be present. We go into a lot more detail. I'm not going to read it line by line, but that's sort of the high view of the type of shelter that we are talking about. The timeline that we're looking at is tight, and it's tight in response to the first big funding opportunity. We are looking for action from council tonight to authorize staff to issue the RFP. Once that is done, proposals would be due by 4 p.m. Next Tuesday, the 27th. The city council would then select the partners on the 3rd. You would receive a recommendation from a subgroup of our committee, that is those members that are interested in reviewing the proposals and also not affiliated with any of the proposals that we receive, would provide council with a recommendation, but the council, of course, would make their own choice. You'll receive the, since we've allotted points to the different qualifications, you'll receive a score for every proposal received. So council would select the partner on the 3rd. On the 30th, the Long-Term Solutions to Homelessness Grant is due to Maine Housing. The NOFA was just released on Friday. We've been in conversation with Maine Housing about it. It's a very good funding opportunity. It's pretty broad in terms, it's primarily to help with startup costs, largely capital. There can be some sort of startup operations related covered by it, but it doesn't have a cap. Of course, they will take that into consideration in terms of how many people are served per dollar, but it doesn't have a limit to it. This would not be the only funding source, but it would be a really important one to secure if we can. And I think we have actually, even though this is a short timeline, I think the work of the committee has positioned us well to apply for it. I think we have a chance. That would be September 30th. We're looking to the fall. Currently, we have on the timeline November 1st. That's a bit more of a flexible date in terms of when we would submit a direct congressional spending request. These are just 2 milestones that we've identified. There's other funding sources that will be required, both to successfully implement the development as well as the operations. But these are the 2 dates that we're advertising for at least the prospective shelter providers to have in mind. With that, I think March is probably the earliest that development could potentially begin. And September 2025 is probably the earliest that operation could begin. Let's see. There's a draft, and I'll really emphasize draft. Conceptual, shelter provider is going to be the one to really like own the specifics of this, but we have attached a draft conceptual budget to the RFP, just so that shelter providers can have an idea of what scale and scope we're talking about. The development budget is approximately $1 million. And that's repurposing a facility. We're not talking about new construction. New construction would be way more money, way longer wait time till we're serving people. Draft operating budget at max capacity, so at 60 beds, is approximately $2 million. Down to 30 beds, I think it's closer to 1.5 million, and that's mostly payroll because we're, again, 3 shifts, 1 to 10 ratio. That's a lot of staff hours. To help sort of kick things off in terms of energizing whatever shelter provider is selected, the organization I work for, the Raise Up Housing Cooperative, which is a nonprofit resident-owned organization, has so far raised $50,000 that we'd like to donate to whoever the council selects as the provider, and that money can be initially used sort of at the discretion for pre-development costs. So it could be hiring architects, it could be paying holding fees for a facility while they try to get things in line. It could be just staff time for grant applications and things like that. We're trying to raise a little, our goal is $75,000, but we've raised $50,000 so far. And we're excited to provide that to whatever shelter provider the council selects. That's the summary of what is being considered tonight, and I look forward to any questions you have and hopefully some action on it.
1 second, I want to give Councilor Roy, who's the co-chair, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just appreciate Craig's brain to put this all together. He's been a really, really great person to do this and a great pick for this. I really appreciate that, Craig.
Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I cannot express how grateful I am for the work that this committee has done under your leadership and Councilor Roy's leadership, Councilor Gallant's participation. It makes me thankful that people are stepping up and addressing this serious problem in Lewiston, and I very much appreciate the work that you have all done. To specifics on your RFP, the first thing that jumped out at me was a 1-week turnaround, and I realize that it's driven by the grant opportunities through Maine Housing. Are you realistically expecting providers to be able to submit proposals within a week?
Yes, I agree. It's short, and if we had more time relative to the grant, I'd say, let's give it a month or 45 days. We did notify, I forget the exact number, approximately 16 different agencies or thereabouts that would be the most likely to even consider submitting were contacted as soon as we posted the draft RFP with the minutes on our website, which was a couple weeks ago. So they have had, relative to the due date, I think they will have had somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 4 weeks notice. I think we will get worthy proposals, but I agree that it's short. I can't argue with that.
Is the city council meeting schedule a driver in any of this? I mean, you're asking the council to make decision on September 3rd. I would be more than happy to poll the council and have a special meeting to address this if the allowance of another week or 10 days would improve the possibility that we'd get.
It might, and I'll modify my comment a moment ago. I guess the thing that's hardest to answer is would more time make a difference? I think that we will, so far only one party has expressed interest regardless of timeline. Other parties have expressed lack of interest, at least lack of interest in being the lead applicant as a shelter provider. What we'll probably see is a number of the best candidates will collaborate on a joint proposal rather than a number of competitive ones. And I'm not confident that more time would change that. If anyone, and I don't know if Brian O'Malley has received any letters of interest or anything.
I've received nothing.
So if folks had said we'd be interested if there was more time, I guess I'd have more information to advise that extending the due date would be helpful. But I don't know that it is. So our committee meets on Mondays at noon every week. And I guess if you were going to extend it, the longer it's extended, the less time they have to work on the grant. So I wouldn't want to go longer than Friday, I guess. That way we could at least have them meet with the committee and start getting work done. There's no delay in terms of when that next opportunity would be, but I wouldn't push it out much further than that.
Okay.
Is my thought at this time.
I offer that as an individual to see whether the council might be interested in perhaps relaxing one of the many pleats of the accordion that create this very compressed timeline. Just to get people thinking about that. If that's something that makes sense, I'm not sure that even there's time to do that, given that you're planning to issue this RFP formally tomorrow. So I throw that out there. I would like also to talk about the proposal in some detail, and you probably know by now I'm a detail guy. The program scope that you've put together is more to give the provider a flavor of the type of shelter that we're looking to operate.
Correct.
And I would very much like to see a statement that says this is to give you a flavor rather than discrete specifications. Because I think it could be interpreted as this is the shelter that we are going to ask you to develop. And I got that sense, but I wanted to make certain that it was clear. I have only one other cavil, and that is item 4 in the program scope. You can have a minimum of 2 or 2.5, but you can't have a minimum of 2 to 2.5. And then when you look at the statement, it shall have a minimum of 2 to 2.5 square feet between beds. That makes no sense to me at all, because if you take a 6-foot-long bed and allow 2.5 square feet between them, you end up with a spacing of 5 inches. Is that what was intended? I don't really know what that means. So 1, please get rid of one of those numbers in the minimum. There can only be one minimum. And 2, revisit that space issue to see if you really mean that beds can be no closer than 5 inches apart.
Thank you. I'd say in the interest, I'd say just strike it for the purposes of tonight. I think it's fine to just cut that. That is not something that some members worked on that piece of it. It's not something the committee scrutinized. So okay. I'd recommend just striking.
Well, I appreciate the work that they did, and I'm, as I say, I pick at a lot of nits.
Yep, that's fine.
Yes, Councilor Sol.
Hi, Greg. Well, David, you took my question, one of them. My other question is, I keep seeing low barrier, and I asked about it at one of the workshops we had, and I'm still not fully understanding what low barrier means. Because reading all of this, it seems you've checked all the boxes and safety. And so what is low barrier, and why does it need to be called low barrier?
A low barrier shelter is one that members, people who are unhoused can access that do not have to participate in religious services, for example. That would be a barrier to their accessing that shelter. That do not have to, there are minimum standards for a low barrier shelter. Folks have to observe behavioral and safety guidelines. As the City of Lewiston license requires that we checked against the state definitions of a low barrier shelter, which they have, which I don't have in front of me, and I would prefer I did before I define it exactly. But they can't bring in weapons into a low barrier shelter. They cannot bring in alcohol or illegal substances. But there's certain things that they cannot be denied for. In a low barrier shelter, if they are under the influence, they cannot be denied. If they are unable to produce identification, they cannot be denied. But again, they can be denied for not observing rules, for creating an unsafe space, so it's more behavior regulated. The reason we have a need for low barrier shelter is because many of the folks that are experiencing chronic homelessness that we see on the street are having trouble in one way or another accessing the other shelters that we have. Them being full is one of the challenges. Some of them require referrals. You can't just show up to gain access. Some of them, again, require participation in services that may not be consistent with one's religious practices. Some shelters, even shelters that seem low barrier in other ways, might have conditions such as they are for, if someone's some shelters restrict access based on like someone being a victim of a survivor, of domestic violence, human trafficking. That's a very good service that they're offering for people who have experienced that, but that's still a barrier to folks who have not experienced that. We have youth shelters that are low barrier to youth, but we don't have an adult low barrier shelter in the community. And so that's really the thing that's going to make the difference for a very challenged population in this community.
On one of the, I think, I'll put my glasses back on. On number 21, under documentation, it says individuals are typically required to provide identification. Does that mean that they don't always have to?
Yep.
Would that be domestic survivors, that kind of, like, why wouldn't?
So in a low barrier, and this is the state's definition that we spent a fair bit of time workshopping at the committee level to make sure that that whatever is set up is going to be eligible for the most state funding available, because the state is primarily looking to, or favors low barrier shelters, the state being main housing. So a lot of folks who are unhoused, and I invite Councilor Roy and Councilor Gallant potentially to speak to this as well, because they see this in the field. But many folks who are unhoused, in many cases, they don't have ID. They've lost it. They, for various reasons, identifying themselves may be difficult. And when they show up in need of shelter, the condition is, or the rule is, they can be admitted. You don't deny them just because they don't have ID on them. Once they're there, there may be, if you're trying to set them up with more permanent services, like a housing voucher, for example. At some point, identification is necessary to gain access to more services, and that is, you can ask them for identification, and you can encourage them to participate in programs where identification will be required. It's just that when you ask them and they say, no, I don't have ID, you can't say you can't sleep here tonight.
And I understand that. Everybody needs shelter, but at some point, I think that it could become a habit, I think, for some, and I think it could become dangerous. We don't know who is coming in and out. Those are just my concerns. I can't find it. I read it somewhere, and I understand if somebody's a survivor of domestic violence, not providing their name and previous information. But I found somewhere in here, it says, even if you have a warrant, that can't be a warrant for your arrest. That's kept quiet as well. Why is that?
That part's incorrect, and I'd like the other Councilor Gallant and Roy to speak to that in a moment, but yeah, and I'm not sure if you saw it in here, or if you're referring to the
I think it might have been.
license.
I think he just said it was in the ordinance.
Yeah, the license stuff. So warrant for an arrest is something someone can be denied for. If there's a known warrant for a person's arrest, they can be denied, and that's the language that's in the license. So every shelter that has a license would have to abide by that.
Well, I guess I would just like to see that maybe there's some sort of a time frame. If you don't have an ID, to try to get that ID.
I am happy to look more into that and get back to you. At this time, our understanding is that, well, I'll look into that more and get back to you about it. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comprehensive explanation of a low barrier shelter. I think a lot of times people, when they hear low barrier, they think free for all with no rules, but that's just simply not the case. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. And to tag on to what he's talking about, our goal is to get them in the door, to establish a rapport, to be able to get them into services, to get their name, to do what goes forth. The reality is, if we were at a 60-bed facility, probably only 10 or so might have not identification. And there's going to be people, like there isn't anything that happens out there, who are going to stay there for whatever amount of time, is because the rules allow that through the state of Maine. The other provider, not the city of Lewiston, will have their own information, and will cover some of these items you're concerned about when they come back to us and we get into the next level of what we're doing. Primarily, what we're trying to do is get this out in front of enough people to get interest to go out and get some money. You know, it's a money thing, and if we had rules of, you got to go to the police and get a voucher, you got to get a police check done, then the money value, if we were to say $300 per bed, might drop to $100 a bed. And then we may not be able to afford to run any kind of shelter. So the idea is to go with what the state requirement is, and then build on that, and maybe level 2 is going to be a different, someone coming in a door, similar to the warming shelter that was run last year. Many of those individuals freely gave information, freely wanted help, and we established that for them, and we got them to go where they had to go. So, you know, right now we're in the infancy stage, and some of these things will tighten up more as we get further down the line.
I just didn't want to see this go out into the public like this, and have the individuals that want to apply to run a shelter to say, well, this is what I wanted to do. This is what you said we were going to be doing. That was just my concern. That's all. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your questions.
Yes, Councilor Najin.
So just to speak to the tightened timeline, and I think to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Chittum was highlighting, the question that I have is, I'm looking at your scoring metric, right? And it's indicating that experience working in Androscoggin with partners qualifies for 15 points, Androscoggin County with local agencies. I would posit that there aren't any well-qualified shelter providers in Androscoggin County that aren't already in operation. And so it seems that requirement, since we already send our families to Oxford County and to other counties, would we, since the funding is coming from Maine Housing, and there are only a certain amount of providers in the state, and most of the standards are state standards, with the shortened timeline, it just seems like, as you said, you've only gotten one applicant, right? Is this being written in a way that only one applicant would want to qualify? Do you know what I mean? Like, so Telford Housing doesn't run any housing, to my knowledge, within Androscoggin County.
Tedford?
Telford. Yeah.
Tedford?
Tedford, sorry, yes.
Tedford does.
Tedford does, okay.
Yeah, Tedford has a presence here, Preble Street has a presence here. I think that actually all of the likely candidates have some experience. Again, it's, experience working in Androscoggin County with local agencies and service providers. I mean,
I just don't understand. Again, I guess it's the Androscoggin County piece, right? It just seems like it's written in a way to favor maybe particular applicants. And I would be more comfortable with seeing that as working within the state successfully, and I just want to name that, so.
May I respond?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
please continue.
I mean, I think the idea behind that one, I appreciate your comments. It definitely was not meant to, bias the process. It was meant to recognize that if they're going to be working here, we don't want them, I mean, the value you get from your relationships with partners goes a long way in like the successful operation of a program. I think anyone who does like community work here knows that. So that's what we're trying to emphasize is like, do you have relationships that you can leverage for a successful operation in the community? If someone comes in, if a organization sort of parachutes in and they have experience, but they don't have those relationships, it doesn't mean that they might not meet the other qualifications, and maybe they would still be the best applicant, but there is a value to having those relationships that really translates on the ground. So that was the intent.
Further comments or questions from the council? We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 4. Not standing up here because I'm against the idea of a low-barrier adult shelter, but I'm concerned about your timeline. Yes, people knew this was coming. And you said right now there is one person who's willing to try this. How much, as Councilor Jean just asked, how much of this is written in with that one person in mind? I'm also concerned that your timeline of a 7-day is much too short. I'm pretty sure you can still put together your proposal to the state if you were to select them even as late as the 17th. There are people who are professionals at writing grants. It doesn't take them that long. I know, because I had a girlfriend who used to do that years ago. This would also allow, if you move it back a little bit, it allows the council, the shelter committee, the city, and you, the councilors, a chance to fully evaluate any proposal you guys get. Matt and I could put together a proposal tonight. It might not be very realistic, but we could put together one tonight, submit it in under a week. The numbers, because, he can cheat. But you guys need to have the time to fully evaluate these things. A week is not enough time. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Yes, Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hearing the comments, I believe that a person or an organization that would put forth a proposal would be able to do this in a short period of time. I think once we put this out there, there will probably be maybe a couple more. I also believe that with the time frame and all that, I think writing grants and all that stuff, some could do it really quickly. I just think that right now, I think to get the best bang for our buck, we really have to do this quickly. So, and the city doesn't have the money to put forth to the shelters, so the more money we can get through the grants and stuff like that, I really believe that time is of the essence right now, and I think this timeline is a little quick, but I think it's best for the money that we would get to provide for that shelter. So that's what I want to say. Oh, one other thing. I really want to thank the committee for all their hard work. They put in a lot of hard, long hours, and they're amazing people. Thank you very much.
Where I'm at is if you and Councilor Roy as co-chairs are fine with the timeline, then we don't need to second guess that. Further comments from the council? Councilor Najin.
The only thing I would say is already we're looking at if everything falls into place the way that it's outlined here, September of next year is the earliest we would see anything that would be in operation to begin with. So I understand the pressing need to move on these pieces, absolutely. My only concern is who we're inviting to apply or how we're inviting people to apply. So I understand that this was floated to 16 different possible partners. I will say that I know that the people who are sitting on the shelter committee are knowledgeable, are familiar with the operations of and the people who may be at play. So I can move forward on it. I just end of the day, this is the responsibility to I believe that a lot of us got elected on to get something actually up and running. So,
anything further from the council? Anything further from you, Craig?
No, I thank you for your time and your questions.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward, excuse me, from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you, Craig.
Item number 10.
Item number 10, City Hall pilot program for a condensed 4-day work week schedule. Requested action to authorize the implementation of a pilot program at City Hall for a condensed 4-day work week for City Hall staff beginning on September 12th and to be evaluated by City Council on December 17th.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Sol.
Second.
Second by Councilor Chittum. We have our HR Director, Heather Terrio, here. Thank you very much for being here. Please kick us off.
So what we're looking to do is implement a City Hall pilot for 4 days to create a better work-life balance and more flexibility for our staff, but also to allow the public to come in as early as 7:45, 4 days of the week. Friday would be closed. And then on Tuesdays, they'd have the ability to come in as late as 5:30 p.m.
Anything further?
I can go over the new proposed hours. I think that would make it a little bit clearer. So the proposed hours for City Hall to be open would be Monday, 7:45 to 4. Tuesday, 7:45 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, 7:45 to 4. Thursday, 7:45 to 4. And then Friday would be closed.
And just for clarification, if somebody slid in at 5:29, even if there was a line, like we would complete the line before we
correct.
closed?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Anything that you would like to add, Administrator O'Malley?
This is just a continuation. When you folks, several months ago, we brought the remote work policy. There are other municipalities in the area and throughout the state that are offering these 4-day work weeks. So we're competing for a small pool of employees. Oftentimes, we have folks that complain because they have to take time off from work and the doors close at 4 o'clock. So this is giving at least that Tuesday now about an hour and a half later in time for folks to get in here. And as you pointed out, Mr. Mayor, if somebody's in line at 5:29, it's not like the window's going to slam and they say, okay, we'll see you tomorrow. The employees are actually here until 6, so they'll be able to finish out anyone that actually is in the building before the doors are locked at 5:30.
Thank you very much. I think this is an exciting proposal, and the times have changed, so we need to remain competitive. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I I appreciate this. I know I've heard from constituents who have issues with the hours that City Hall is currently open. I know we have a lot of services that we can do online, but some things like a new vehicle registration can't be done, and that was one in particular that someone reached out to me about. I know when you presented before, you had done sort of an initial survey of employees, and I'm just wondering if you could refresh our memory on how many employees are in favor of this or opposed to this. I know it's just a pilot at this point, but.
Yeah, I actually did a new survey out to City Hall just to get a feel of anybody that might have issues and might want to come down and meet with me on scheduling. And we only had 2 employees reach out to me and say it was really a childcare issue, and if this came to be, we would be able to be flexible with them and make that work.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And how many city employees do we have right now that this would affect?
In City Hall? I'm not sure the exact number.
No worries. Councilor Najin?
My question just revolves around the thinking about closing City Hall on one of the weekdays. Was there any consideration for staggered, I understand the benefit for the employee in order to have, 3 days off in a row. I appreciate that, but also if the City Hall is shuttered 3 out of 7 days, then that might hamper the ability of a citizen to get a fence permit or any other thing that we would normally do. So is there a possibility? I guess the question is it more cost effective to have folks, like half the folks, not more cost effective? Does it make any sense to have half the folks have Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and then half the folks have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, so that the office is actually open 5 days a week? I guess do you see what I'm saying? Split it so that there are still people here
Right.
on a Friday?
So I did look at that, and one of the big factors was a lot of the holidays fall on Monday, and then another of the factors were there are a number of people in City Hall that there's only one of in that position. So to stagger that, there might be some services that wouldn't be as effective.
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. Director Terrio, this is actually one of the toughest agenda items tonight for me because I'm looking at both sides of the coin. It's important, very important to me that we attract and more important that we retain our employees, and this is a good benefit for them. On the other hand, even though Tuesdays would provide more hours for people who are working, the rest of the week is foreshortened. Right now, employees are paid for 37 and a half hours of work a week, and they're asked to commit effectively 42 and a half hours because, you can't go home and paint the house or clean up the garage in an hour on lunchtime. So you've essentially blocked out that amount of time for your day. Yeah, you can go out to lunch. It's an unpaid lunch presently. So they're paid for 37 and a half, and they're being asked to commit effectively 42 and a half hours to the job. Under this new proposed schedule, they would be paid for 37 and a half hours and be asked to commit 35 and a half hours to the job. The working hours drop from 8 to 7 and a half because now it's a paid lunchtime. So it's a very attractive package for the employees, but maybe not so great an attractive package for the taxpayers who are paying the salaries. We're paying the same amount of money and getting effectively less work. And as I said, this is a very difficult analysis for me to make, but I have to make it because of the hue and cry about, we're raising taxes and we need to be fiscally prudent. So I wanted to point out that yes, it's a wonderful package, and I'm very pleased that it's a pilot program. One question for you is what happens at the end of the, we get to reevaluate on December 17th. and we're going to have some feedback from, I hope, the public as well as the employees, and we'll make a decision as to whether to continue this at that point. Is that?
Yes, so I would want feedback from the public as well as the employees, which I would gauge the feedback from the employees. I did want to clarify one thing. So currently we open at 8:30. So with this new pilot, we'd be opening at 7:45 for the public. So they would
Right.
gain that little bit of time at the beginning of the day.
Yes, yep, okay, yeah, agreed. We are open 37 and a half hours a week now, and we would be open 34 and a half hours under the new program, even though the time has changed. A little early in the morning and later on Tuesday evening. I'm encouraged by this. I'm excited about it. I'm glad it's a pilot and that we're going to have a chance to go back and evaluate it, both from the employee and from the resident and the taxpayer and the citizen perspective. The only other question I have, Director Terrio, is how do other non-City Hall employees perceive this? And is that going to create problems for you in dealing with non-City Hall employees?
We reached out to both unions that are involved with the staff for City Hall, as well as touched base with all of the other unions when we brought forth the remote policy. And some unions just simply understand that a 4-day work week doesn't make sense for their positions, whereas other unions know that this is a pilot here and it could be extended to other departments after the pilot's completed.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion that we'll have on December 17th, certainly. Okay, thank you for those answers, and thank you for letting me spout off.
No problem.
Councillor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put out there, usually when I talk, I don't know if it's obvious to people, I get nervous a little bit, maybe. But anyways, I was told that even though somebody takes my questions and all that stuff, I should definitely ask them to or put them out there. I work 2 jobs, so I understand that you are lengthening the hours per day. I can't utilize any of those. Plus, people that work out of town, they're not going to be able to utilize those hours either. And if their only day off is on Friday and you're closed, they're out of luck, right? So that's one thing. The other thing, like Councilor Chittum said, I think, would that create a divide? Because again, I think some of the other employees and other parts of the city staff, they may not be able to work a 4-day work week. The other thing too, Councilor Najin, I think, offering, some people might want Mondays off, some people might want Fridays off, maybe exploring that a little bit more. I understand a lot of holidays are on Mondays, love that holiday on Monday, but some people would like to have Mondays off. I'd probably like to have Mondays off because Mondays kind of are not so good sometimes. But with that being said, I just think, I love it. I really do, and I wish more employers would have a 4-day work week for a lot of, time, life balance, work balance, work-life balance. There you go. But again, with that being said, there's a little bit of hesitancy on this for me. So,
Councillor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the idea, and I like the idea we could be competitive. My concern is the timeline. If we hear enough from the public by October, can we pull it sooner than December, or are we going to be stuck with it till you guys get to the end? So my concern would be if there's enough uproar or enough problems, we can say, okay, October 17th, it's not working out, and we're going to move on.
Well, Councilor Gallant, I think we're going to do, if this does pass, the plan was to notify the public, and we would have it take effect September 12th. Initially, there's going to be complaints, but then we've talked to other towns and cities, and they initially have complaints from folks, but then they get used to what the schedule is. I mean, I'd like to give it more than a month. We did say 4 months, but if it's really, 2 months in, it's really horrible, we could come back and just say, okay, and we'll have to give the unions notice, all right, 2 weeks, because people will make changes for their childcare and whatnot, but we'd have to give the employees notice, all right, this just isn't working, we're going to give you 2 weeks notice, we're going back to the regular schedule.
Thank you.
Councillor Najin.
Just as a couple of points, just really quickly. One, the 7:45 to 5:30, I think, that is, it's a larger period, right? But And I know that you've probably already worked this out, so that this is what you're putting forward as the presentation, but, if the City Hall was open until 6 or even 7, if you're only going to be open 4 days a week, I think that would allow more people to be able to actually utilize the services. But I'm fine with, testing this out if we can pull it back. I would highly suggest, though, that we really focus on the things that we currently require or make complex, right, to do in person. Like, for instance, dog registration, right? You got to bring in your rabies certificate, right? Like, you should be able to just be able to send that form online. Those pieces, like anything that we can simplify so that you can do it online as opposed to having to come in to, like register your boat, these types of things, which we should probably be focusing on anyway. But it would make it easier.
And Councilor Jean, we are working to get more things automated. That's been in the works for probably about a year and a half, if not longer. So we're hoping that we're coming to that things for code, those things like that through the clerk's office are going to be automated, that people can do that online.
Thanks.
Councilor Sol.
I just wanted to say, I think it's a great idea. I work a 4-day work week, and my morale is fantastic. So I think it can only be, I think a lot of employees can benefit from that. So thank you, and I appreciate you doing all this work and getting all that information. Thanks.
I do have one more.
Yes, Councilor Najin.
Just, I know you've done some research on this. How many communities of our size are open 4 days a week? Or how many communities, just in general, have a city hall that, and I'm not talking like Sabatas, like larger cities?
Yeah, so I pulled an original report when I did my original flexibility presentation, so I can go back and pull those numbers again. I think that we've had a couple of municipalities jump on board since then, so I can pull a real number and provide it to you, but I don't have it right now.
It's my understanding Lisbon has gone to the 4-day work week and used Lewiston as an example when we made that first presentation about remote work, and we were saying we were going to have the discussion with the unions. They then used our plan to do that, so they've gone to, it's my understanding, they've gone to a 4-day work down there. So their city hall or town hall is closed on Fridays.
Thank you.
A few comments here before we go to public comment. Yeah, so it needs to be Friday. It can't be Monday. Monday is the start of the work week for the entire world. Like, we need to be here on Mondays. This isn't happening in a vacuum. I understand there's concerns about Fridays not being here and so on and so forth, but if we can't attract and retain staff, then like, what's the point? And I think this will be a useful tool going forward. Thank you, Director Terrio. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I work 7 days a week, and I'm exhausted. But I do think it will attract a lot more employees and help with retaining, keeping them also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we're now going to public comment for this agenda item.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. So earlier this year, the HR director, the interim administrator, had a
Thank you, Matt.
Well, city documents always say acting. It's technically interim, if you want to be.
Please continue,
But anyway,
continue, Mr. Roy.
So back then, it started as a hybrid work-from-home thing. Now we're having this 19th century model, which has existed in small towns. And to be respectful here, Wisman is not a sizable, comparable community to Lewiston. 37,000 versus roughly 9,000. That is not comparable. So we have this dichotomy of apples and oranges where we started from work from home, hybrid, which most businesses these days aren't truthful to the definitional source of what that is, giving employees. And we're talking about limiting, so this wouldn't affect public works, fire, police, the school department, only, less than 50 people that work here in City Hall. City Clerk's office has 6. Finance? 64 total. Well, close enough. I was going off memory, Director Roy, but your department has 20 or 30. with all its divisions. The city clerk's office has 6, and then communications and administration, a handful of employees. We're talking a fraction, well, the fraction actually comes in when we include the over 2,000 school department employees that would actually this fix. People aren't coming here. It's not because, they can only work 37 hours in 4 days or 37 and a half hours a week in 4 days. It comes down to management and pay and benefits. Those are reasons people make employment decisions in their commutes. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Roy.
Thank you. Just the last comment I have on this is, I don't know if anybody's gone up to register a car or anything like that. The line is usually long. I mean, we've got 3 people there. I mean, if you were to get maybe 5 or 6 windows with people those 4 days, that would be great, but I just don't like coming here on to do that or even pay a water bill when I don't know. That's just my comment on that. Jeez, crow, can we
Councilors, please, thank you. Councilor Najin.
Just one last piece, and this is about like code enforcement in particular, right? I sometimes code enforcement needs to be called like for an emergency situation, right? I know Public Works calls code enforcement, for instance, and so I'm just wondering like how that works on a Friday. Like, would there be people who are cross-trained in order to respond to like a major code issue, like for instance, I know that Public Works can take care of certain pieces on their own, but I'm thinking about like when you have folks that, you got garbage situations that need to be dealt with, or you have, something that actually requires like an immediate intervention.
So that's something I would want to work out with the code department, but I would assume we would handle it the same way that we handle emergencies that happen on Saturday or Sunday.
Which is how? I'm dying to know.
We call someone in.
Oh, okay.
We call someone in.
Oh, for real? Okay.
For real.
Gotcha.
Further comments from the council? Director Terrio, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2? Yes. Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 11.
Item number 11, order ratifying the agreement between the City of Lewiston and the Lewiston-Auburn Area Housing Authority regarding title clearance expenses. Requested action to approve the order ratifying the agreement between the City of Lewiston and the Lewiston-Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation regarding title clearing expenses.
One second, Madam Clerk, before we do that. Does the council wish to take a quick break here? We're going to take a quick break first. We'll be back in a few. And we're back. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you mind just reading agenda item number 11 one more time?
Sure, of course. Item number 11, order ratifying the agreement between the City of Lewiston and the Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Authority regarding the title clearance expenses. Requested action to approve the order ratifying the agreement between the City of Lewiston and the Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation regarding title clearing expenses.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Najin, and seconded by Councilor Chittum. Questions, comments from the council? Comments from the public?
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 3. So, according to the council packet, this agreement was, at least in principle, agreed to the end of June, which was 3 weeks before your July meeting, where you executed an amendment to the option, extending it to last Thursday. And then further reading the documentation, well, the agreement that's the subject of this agenda item. So Martell ceased to be a functioning school at the end of the 2018-2019 school year. The school committee deemed it not of educational use, transferred to the city, and then no one bothered to read the conveyance and deed documents which limited the use of the property in question to a school. Where was the due diligence on this from 5 years ago, mind you, at this point? Thank you.
Matthew Egren, Ward 4. There is no copy of the deed with these restrictions that we may have to defend available to us to read. We have no idea exactly what the restrictions are. We are eligible to pay up to $300,000 in money if we have to go to court over this. Perhaps we should see what we might have to defend before we agree to it. Would you guys buy your house without seeing the deed? Would you buy a car without seeing all the paperwork on it? You're not seeing everything. You should ask to see it.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Gallant. Oh.
Ready.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 12.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, we have item 11B that we had to add to the agenda this afternoon.
Oh,
We could
thank
do
you.
that.
Thank
So
you.
it is item 11B, which is approval of option agreement amendment 4 between the city and Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation for the former Martell School site located at 860 Lisbon Street. Requested action to approve the attached option agreement amendment 4 between the city and Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, and to authorize the acting city administrator to execute the documents on behalf of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Councilor Chittum. Director Jeffers.
Yeah, in a nutshell, this is largely a housekeeping measure. Lewiston Housing has already provided notice, but the dates were just past that, so to make sure that we stay within the terms of the option agreement, we are simply extending it a few days here to allow the documents to be signed and the notice has already been given. They've got their financing, the building is down, they're ready to go. We are simply making sure we check off the boxes our legal department has told us we need to.
Comments? Councilor Chittum.
Yes, thank you. I understand that the council only meets in the summertime monthly. I have a little bit of heartburn executing a document on the 20th of August that says this agreement is made on August 15th, but I understand the old option agreement lapsed on the 16th.
Correct.
So it may be necessary to put that in there. I'm just a little uncomfortable predating something like that. The other question is the closing going to be tomorrow?
The closing will not be, but you need to give notice, and basically you give notice and you clean up the title. It should happen.
It'll be done within 60 days. It's from the option timeline. So that's the lawyer,
Well, then why is the option extended to August 21st, which is tomorrow?
It's notice of that you're exercising the option. Then once you exercise the option, you have 60 days to close on the real estate.
Okay, I didn't understand it, but
Yeah,
I'll
it's a
believe you.
nuance of real estate, but yeah, no, when you have an option, it's not that you're closing the next day. You're saying, I'm going to exercise it, then you have 60 days to complete the transaction, is a typical structure.
So the 60 days then commences on August 21st tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item?
Thank you. Matt Roy, Ward 3. Okay, so, again, a little over a month ago, we exercised an option, which, an amendment to the option, which, quote unquote, expired last Thursday. But now Director Jeffers is saying we have 60 days. If we have 60 days from tomorrow to exercise the option, technically we have 60 days from last Thursday, so again, we're having a pointless motion on nothing if we have 60 days from when the option expired from the 15th. Correct? Am I missing something here?
Well, Director Jeffers, I'll have you respond after public comment is over. Thank you. Are you finished with your public comment, Mr. Roy?
Well, again, again, this is just Lewiston Housing dragging our feet. Again, this is not a new concept. It's been happening the last year, and if the option, having the option, again, back to July 16th, the option, the council agreed that they amend the option until the 15th, which is last Thursday. No one put it, 1 and 2 together with the council's scheduled meetings, especially given traditionally there are only one regular meeting in July and August. No one put the logic together that on the 16th of July, we should have an option that expired, quote unquote, which technically it didn't based on what Director Jeffers said in his introduction, before tonight's meeting, which was scheduled. The actual scheduled August meeting. Again, it's a lack of due diligence, logical thinking, critical thinking, which is lacking. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Louise Sampson, Ward 5. With all this malarkey, I don't understand all of it, but my issue is this going to delay beginning of construction? And when do you plan on starting construction? I'm directing this to Mr. Gilmurray.
We will answer questions after the public comment
Okay.
period is over, but
Okay,
thank you.
this is very important. We got to get this going. I mean, I have a friend from Boise, Idaho, that wants to move back to Lewiston, and she wants to go live at Martell School. So the sooner it gets going, the better for a lot of us seniors. Then I can stop working at 78 years old.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Director Jeffers, did you want to say something?
Just to put a little finer point on the way real estate negotiations work, when you need to exercise an option, it's not tied to when a city council meets or does not meet. There was a date that they were supposed to say, we will exercise the option. Exercising the option is simply saying, okay, we're going to close on that. Am I creating this feedback? I don't know.
Please continue, Director
Yeah,
Jeffers.
so it's a matter of, you say, I'm going to exercise the option. Typically, I did not bring the original option downstairs with me, but typically they're structured so that you need to close within 60 days of saying, I am going to close. exercising the option is different from closing on the real estate. That's the nuance that was missed by one of the members, and the notice was given. However, it was a day late as far as us receiving it. It was signed the day before it was due. It didn't make it to the city until the day after. So coming back to, this is kind of purely housekeeping. They have exercised the option. It was just a day late. If we make it tomorrow, we can sign this document and keep moving forward and close within 60 days.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did either you or Director Kilmurray want to speak about construction timeline?
No delays.
Oh, okay. Yes, for the benefit of the public watching at home, this will not introduce any delay to construction or finishing the project. Questions or comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 12.
Item number 12, order authorizing the acceptance of a portion of Lockview Drive as a public court. Requested action, to approve the order authorizing the acceptance of a portion of Lockview Drive as a public court.
May I have a motion, please?
So move.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Director Gagne.
Good afternoon or good evening. We're in the next phase of this subdivision. The developer would like to get acceptance of this part of the street so they can move to get occupancy and sell lots and continue with development of the project. We've done some inspections. It's on track to be on schedule. We have a performance bond, so we can take care of the street and paving in the future. We do like to wait until after the houses are built to put surface in. So right now, this is before you to consider.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying we need housing for all income levels here in Lewiston, so I appreciate this project. Questions or comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Rick LaChapelle, I'm the developer of the project. First of all, I wanted to say that I'm having PTSD sitting in the audience instead of sitting up there just listening to it. God bless all of you and God bless the staff, because Lord have mercy. Second, I just wanted to point out a few interesting facts. In the last 5 years, there have only been 2 residential developments in the city of Lewiston. We are the second largest right now. By the time we're done this development, we will be the largest in the city of Lewiston in the last 8 years. Currently, when I had the property, I was paying less than $1,000 a year for property tax because it was tree growth. As of today, right now, the city is receiving about $110,000 a year in taxes. And if we look at the people that have moved in, if you talk to the economists, that turns into about $2 million a year dumped into our economy. We're in desperate need for homes in the price range that we're putting them into. The difficulty is it's really, really expensive to develop these, and we need the help of the city. And there was one other point that I wanted to make. In this development, there are no children in the Lewiston school system right now. There are children there, but they're either taught at home or going to private schools. And a third of those people that are living there have come in from out of state. They're not Lewistonians that have moved over. So we're drawing people into Lewiston. I want to thank the third floor. I was one of the people sitting up there a few years ago complaining about the third floor. The third floor has really stepped up and has done everything they can to help us within the rules that are there. There are changes that need to be made in the rules to make a development like this successful. I'm not making money on this right now. We need to be able to show that there is a profit. It was the city staff that suggested that we make this into the court. to make it a cluster development rather than where we were at, so we can put more homes and hopefully break even and possibly make some money. So it just, all the directors, from Public Works to Planning to Code, Steve has been fantastic, and I just want to thank them, and we just need some help, and I'd like to have the opportunity to sit down in the future with counselors and Code to see how we can move forward to make a development like this more palatable to somebody coming in and doing this, because there's no money to be made. It looks great, but I'm not making money, and so that's just my comments right now. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
I've not been known to be a large supporter of single-family home building, but I can tell you that right now we absolutely need it. And every single level, from luxury homes, the mid-sized home, the starter home, all of it, we need it. And being a smaller developer, there are challenges, especially considering the interest rates that exist right now, in supporting small development. And one of those pieces that we can do as a city is help to coordinate some of the parts that then become public domain. So, I'm in support of this in general. I think it's pretty common sense, and I appreciate the feedback that Mr. LaChapelle gave concerning the staff. Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
I'm not sure what the protocol here is, but I have submitted an amendment of the wording of the city council order. I can read that aloud. You all have copies of it. It changes the definitions of what we're accepting from city street to public court, and it also recognizes that the construction is not complete now, but that a performance bond has been provided. Those were omitted from the draft that you received in your packet, and that has been corrected now, and I'd offer that as an amendment.
And so that's a friendly amendment that you just need to get somebody to accept, right? Yeah, I would accept that amendment.
Who first and second into this, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Chittum made the original motion, seconded by Counselor Harriman.
Councilor Harriman, yes.
Yeah, I just have a question on the proposed change from city street to public court. I guess this would be for city staff. Does that change any sort of, anything legally?
No, by definition of a public street, the width down to a public court, they've built it to public court standards. They've submitted the plans. The inspection has all been following public court. So this is really, to Councilor Chittum's credit, cleaning up the language. So we're talking specifically about a public court, not a public street.
Okay, thanks. As long as it's fine with the developer and with city staff, then I'm fine with that change.
Councilor Chittum, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to point out I'm particularly sensitive to definitions, because we're dealing with a situation in part because the traveled way was accepted as a public easement. So precise language is very important. The distinction between a public court and a public street, as Director Gagne points out, is essentially that a public court is 10 feet narrower, and that it's limited to 10 residences, as opposed to a public street, which can have any number of residences and is 50 feet wide. I would point out that the city will receive title to the land under this public court. It will be maintained, plowed, ultimately paved and maintained as a city street. Its only distinction is that it is, in exchange for limiting its capacity to 10 homes, it is made 10 feet narrower. So in all other regards, it will be treated just as any other street in the city.
Director Gagne, have we checked in with the developer about this change?
We have letters requesting approval of this, so their documentation is consistent with public court. And the one thing I would add is the right-of-way is 10 feet narrower from a street to a court. The paved width is 4 feet less, from 28 feet down to 24 feet on the public paved area. So their documentation is consistent, unless Rick wants to.
Mr. LaChapelle, did you get a copy of this, or?
It doesn't change the description in the legal deed or any of the documents that have been submitted by the developer. The description that Councilor Chinham's modifying is basically your action items.
Okay.
But the substantive documents that have been attached in your packet from the developer are all consistent with public court.
Since we're modifying this, does the developer want to say anything?
Just one quick question.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Councilor Chittum already answered the question, but I just want to get it on record. The quick question I had is, because we're only accepting a portion of Lockview right now, and there are 8 homes on that side. In another year and a half, I'm going to come back for the other portion, and I just want to make sure that we can no more than 10 on either portion, so our total is going to be less than 20 on the whole section, and just make sure that we're, because you already have the plans on the full development, it's already there. I just want it clear that it's stated and it's on the record, that who knows what happens in a year and a half from now, that somebody says, well, I just want to make it clear. That's the only question I'd have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, so are Councilor Chittum and Councilor Harriman, are we accepting this as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you catch that?
Yes, we did, thank you.
Excellent. Councilor Najin.
Do we have an answer to the 10 versus 20 piece for the public court?
Director Gagne.
It's my understanding that the next phase could be accepted as, it's another leg of the subdivision. So instead of accepting it as a public court, it could be accepted as a public street in that section, and with a possible name change if that's a conflict. But in this section, it does meet to be below the 10 property limit for this section that's being approved now.
Understood.
Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, now I have a question for Director Gagne. This takes the form of a T, and the two legs, each top of the T has 10 or fewer homes on it. So could not each top of the T be accepted separately as a public court? You mentioned accepting
Yes.
the second piece as a public street, which would require additional right-of-way width, additional pavement width. And were I the developer, I wouldn't be very happy about that. So I'm asking, and to clarify what Mr. LaChapelle has asked, a year from now, coming in with the other side of this T, the council should have no problem accepting it as a public court. Am I correct in that regard?
I would agree. So, development has looked at it. It is listed as Lockview Drive through the whole piece. So I would agree.
Okay, so each one
Yep.
services fewer than 10 houses?
Correct.
So, okay.
Are you okay, Mr. LaChapelle? Yes, okay. Director Gagne, anything further to add?
All set?
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Are we voting on the amendment?
No, because it's a friendly amendment.
I thought we had handled the amendment as a friendly amendment.
Okay,
So it was
thank you.
incorporated. I apologize.
Yes.
Thank you. On the main motion.
Yes on the main motion, yes on the
Yes.
friendly amendment, yes to anything you want.
Okay, thank you. So motion passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you for investing in Lewiston. Item number 13, thank you.
Item number 13, order authorizing a boundary line agreement for a portion of 348 Lincoln Street. Requested action to approve the order authorizing a boundary line agreement for a portion of 348 Lincoln Street.
Have a motion, please.
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Najin. Director Connor. Or
Connor, no S.
Okay, I got it right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To paraphrase Director Lincoln Jeffers, yes, this is, in a nutshell, this is a landowner who has a piece of land that is looking to develop it. There were some issues with the boundary lines up against the canal in Gully Brook. He has graciously offered to the city a small, very sliver of land of his. In exchange, all he's asking for is that the city prepares the deed, pays for that, and any associated costs with recording that new deed.
Thank you. Councilor Nachi.
Just for a feel on this, what is the cost on the deed change, and then this is going to get developed, right? Like there's going to actually be a development that happens there.
So there is a development in the works. He does want to develop on the land that he's not giving us.
Okay.
Yes. And as to the cost, I don't know what the cost of preparing the deed is. There is a survey already done, so it's just drafting the deed and recording it.
But there's improvement to the land that will increase the tax value if we do this?
There will be,
100%.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Councilor Chittum.
I could offer that the cost is de minimis.
Public comment for this agenda item. Any public comment? Back to the council. Anything further, Director Connor?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 14.
Item number 14, authorizing the acting city administrator to enter into a letter of agreement with Main Mill and Beach Street Properties LLC to dispose of a portion of 49 Beach Street and exchange of easements between parties to the agreement as depicted on Exhibit A. Requested action, be it ordered, the acting city administrator is authorized to enter into a binding letter of agreement with Main Mill and Beach Street Properties LLC to dispose of a portion of 49 Beach Street as depicted on Exhibit A.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Yes, Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Glant. Director Jeffers.
Okay, coming up on the screen here, this is the area that we're talking about, the aerial. It's 1 Beach Street is where Museum LA, or Main Mill, is going to go. 35 Beach Street is owned by Beach Street Properties LLC, and Tom Platz is the entity behind that. He is also the architect for the Main Mill project. 49 Beach Street is what is owned by the city, and it really starts if you come over the bridge, not pedestrian bridge, but the vehicle bridge coming over the canal. You take an immediate left in front of 35 Beach Street. It's sort of an L-shaped parcel. And down at the very end of 49 Beach Street, you can see a gray roof. That's actually a building known as the Powerhouse. This is really the sketch that explains what is going to be occurring. What is shown in pink and violet is that portion of 49 Beach Street that will be conveyed to Tom Platz. It includes the Powerhouse. He will be paying $100,000 for that. That building is about 2,700 square feet. It has generated some interest, but it's an expensive project to develop. It doesn't have any road access or any parking, and it just didn't seem to be economically viable. I will say Main Mill has consistently expressed the desire to have it as cafe and gathering space and be part of their, and it's a cool building, honestly. If you get inside, I encourage you to, because it is a very neat building. But it's currently assessed at $44,800. The city assessor said market value on that should be about $100,000, and Tom Platz did agree to pay that. What is being shown in violet, which is on the right side of that, as you look closer to the lower canal, that's an easement that'll be granted to the city for canal maintenance and to be able to access the boat ramp that's in that area. There is a long skinny parcel in blue. That'll be an easement that'll be conveyed from Tom Platz to the mill that'll be used for stormwater discharge into the canal. And the green parcel is land that'll be conveyed to Main Mill, that'll allow their project to be more not economically viable, it's economically viable, but allow it to be more easily developed, to have turning spots and just distance for maintenance of their buildings and whatnot. What's being shown in yellow is an easement that'll be conveyed both by Main Mill and by Mr. Platts to the city for extension of the Riverwalk Trail. The exact location of where that easement, as well as the blue stormwater discharge easements, these are approximations. There's not meets and bounds descriptions yet at this point. As it goes forward, all that will come forward. So what we're asking you to approve is allowing the city administrator to execute a document that is lays this all out in concept and includes this map. The document is known as the Letter of Agreement with Main Mill and Beach Street Properties, and that was included in the package as well. So with that, I'd open it up to questions.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The strip in green that Beach Street will convey to Main Mill or Museum LA, I guess is the legal entity, is currently owned by the city of Lewiston. And yet the agreement doesn't indicate that we're going to convey that to Beach Street. It says we're going to convey pink and violet.
And I had a hard time telling violet from blue, but yes.
Yeah, okay, well, that's all right, that's all right.
But yes, I'm with you. So the green, that is the intent. If the document needs to be amended to say we're giving that to them, I mean, bottom line is that green is to go to Main Mill.
Right.
And it was meant to be included in the entirety of what's conveyed. If the document itself is sloppy, we can certainly dial that in.
Since it's a formal letter of agreement, I think we ought to be clear on what it is that we're conveying.
Yep.
Are we offering that up as, that change as a friendly amendment?
Who moved?
Counselor Chittum and Counselor Gallant seconded.
Friendly amendment to add green to the color description in Section 1, Paragraph 1.
And how do you feel about that, Councilor Gallant?
Agreed.
Okay. All right, we have made such a change. Okay, Councilor Najin, did you have something?
I just was under the impression that the portion that, and I believe I'm correct on this, the portion that is green is actually the part that would be conveyed from the Beach Street properties to Main Mill, but it is all, the pink, the purple, and the green is all city property at this point.
It's currently city
Right.
property. All of that will be conveyed to Beach Street Properties.
Right,
he
and
will-
whatever
he will
Beach
then
Street
convey
does,
it.
they do. Gotcha. Okay, perfect.
And our current counselor and a former surveyor and title person, certainly.
Current surveyor.
Still, okay. Attention to detail.
Okay, public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Anything further, Director Jeffers?
Nope.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 15.
Item 15, order approving the disposition of 741 Webster Street. Requested action to approve the order approving the disposition of 741 Webster Street.
So
Have
moved.
Councilor Gallant, seconded by
I'll second that.
Councilor Chittum. Administrator O'Malley.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. 741 Webster Street was some property that was secured by the city through tax lien, matured property. The city has a contract with Du Bois Realty. It was put out, it was offered at $49,000, just under $50,000. We received several offers, the highest offer being $100,000, and we're recommending that we sell this property that someone plans to develop. Right now, it's a home with a single-car garage that needs a lot of work on it. But this individual feels that they can purchase this property and make something out of it.
Thank you. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. Couple of points. This will be a quitclaim deed. I'm a question. This will be,
It's a purchase and sales agreement between the city and Mr. Roundy.
but ultimately the transfer of title will be through a quitclaim deed. I want to make certain that the city is absolved of any liability for hazardous material or anything else. And the legal documents that we're about to approve, I'm assuming will cover all of those contingencies so that the city will not be hit with any liabilities for the sale of this property.
That would be my assumption as well through our realtor that we're using.
Okay. The second point that I'd like to make is that my understanding that the real estate disposition laws now require that any excess revenue that comes into the city be transferred to the former owner. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I'm just being pointed out that this conveyed property by warranty deed. And yes, we'll have to, I don't know off the top of my head, but yes, we'll have to track down either the state or the family that we acquired this property from.
Does that mean that the city can recoup only its costs, which at this point would be exclusively the unpaid taxes and any processing fees?
I believe it's those costs and perhaps some attorney fees related to this, getting the property and then selling it, but it's not the entire amount. So we will have to return money to whoever is listed as the state.
There's a request for legislative change. This is city property, and we are now being forced to act as its broker and transfer and figure out who's going to buy it, and all of the benefits accrue to the individual or the estate of the individual who failed to pay taxes in the first place. That strikes me as being wrong. I think that the city ought to accrue the benefit for this. So there's an issue that we can take to our legislative delegation. And did I hear you say that this was a warranty deed?
Yes, it was just handed to me. Yes.
If our city council approves of that, I guess I have no qualms. I'm nervous about issuing a warranty deed in a situation like this.
Further comments from the council? Public comment on this agenda item.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Given, Mr. Mayor, the councilor from Ward 6's question, traditionally, a quitclaim deed is done outside a loan process, as council and city staff is well aware of, because we bring quitclaim deeds all the time without going through an official mortgage loan process. A warranty deed is just the deed that you record as if you go to your local bank, credit union, do a full, and since we have a purchase and sales agreement, that's a pretty good indication that this potential buyer that has been identified through the realty company is going to be getting some kind of lending facility from the potential buyer's lending institution. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-0. I'm sorry, 6-1. Sorry, 6-1.
Item number 16.
Item number 16. Excuse me. Resolve authorizing city staff to apply for, accept, and appropriate a lead hazard control and green and healthy homes grant from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and to approve $150,000 in CDBG matching funds to be allocated $50,000 per year for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. Requested action to conduct a public hearing and to approve the resolve authorizing city staff to apply for, accept, and appropriate a lead hazard control and green and healthy homes grant from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and to approve $150,000 in CDBG matching funds to be allocated $50,000 per year for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28.
So moved.
May I have a motion, please? Yes,
Second.
Councillor Chittum, second by Councillor Gallant. Director Jeffers?
Yes, this is a continuation of a program we have been fortunate enough to receive federal dollars for. This is believe this will be our fourth time applying for the funding. The amount has increased each year that we've applied. We are just wrapping up in the final stages, completing work on about $5 million worth of lead and healthy home money, and this one will be about a total of $7,750,000 is what we'll be applying for. We are looking to have $50,000 of CDBG match. The memo references years going forward. If we are fortunate enough to get the grant awarded, we hope to hear this fall. We'll probably be back in front, we will be back in front of the council if this gets geared up quickly enough to take $50,000 that's available in our current CDBG budget, reallocate that, so it totals $200,000. That'll be there, and we'll have match coming in from both Healthy Androscoggin, who will be our partner in delivering this, and Community Concepts, who have been our partners for the last several grants. We've kind of got this dialed in. We'll need to hire a new staff member to do this. All that'll be covered by grants.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the council? Yes, Councilor Niji.
This is just a procedural question about it's not about this particular document or request, but I'm aware of when the bids go out and also the work orders go out for lead removal, because I'm on the City Plus, like basically every listserv that we have, right? But my question is, when there's remediation done for lead paint removal on the outside of a home, is there any notification to the abutters at all? Is there a process in which we let people know, especially in the urban core where we're talking about 100 by 50 lots?
Yeah, that is a good question. I do not believe there is notice to abutters, but there are also requirements. It's not just, I used to paint houses. I used to scrape wildly, and I took great pride in getting covered in lead dust. That's probably why I'm somewhat. So you do need to contain it. There's a protocol involved that you need to have it covered in plastic, and often it's only when on historic properties when Maine Preservation says we don't want you covering that with vinyl. Most of the time it just gets covered. It's never released into the environment. It's taken out of the soils. So, but I do not believe there is notice to abutters for a direct question, but I don't think there's great risk either. There's great cautions taken to not expose people to it.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Public comment for this agenda item?
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. Does the council or anyone in city administration know exactly how close we are to fully eliminating from Lewiston housing stock lead or environmental hazards? I.e., how many units still need help? It should be somewhat easy to gather information, because anything that was built before 78 that may have lead paint is required by both the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the EPA to file and hand paperwork out to anybody who rents from them. So we should be able to gather this information so we have some idea how many units we have left to fix, hopefully. Also, how much have we taken in between our money and the Fed's money to do this so far? And how many units have we done? This would be nice to know so we can see, hey, we're making progress. We can say, yeah, this is 300 units, I remember reading. We already did, let's say 1,000. We have 1,000 left. Seeing as how it is not safe for people to be living in these houses with lead and other environmental contaminants, could we as a city not stop them from being rented property? Would that not then behove the management of those locations to fix the problems so they could continue renting them. Otherwise, they're stuck with a building they can't rent. Finally, do we at the local level ever look to make sure that there's no waste or fraud going on with the funds we're putting up in dealing with these issues? And if so, who at the local level is in charge of these investigations, so I can file a FOA with Brian tomorrow?
Further public comment? Back to the council. Anything further, Director?
I believe those are good questions. I had not anticipated them, so I'm speaking from memory as opposed to notes. But we do approximately 200 to 225 units per grant. At one point, I think on our last grant, so this is 4 or 5 year old memory for me, on the pace we were going, we had 75 years worth of grant funding that we would need to entirely eradicate it. It might be a slightly smaller number, but we got a long way to go. Just to use a number, if it's approximately 1,000 completed over the grant cycles we've had, we have about 15,000 housing units that were built before 1978. Now, not all of them are lead hazard. Some of them have been encapsulated. They've been repainted. They've had new trim put. What it could be, it's not that they're all just these derelict properties waiting to contaminate people. But the ones that go to the front of the line are the ones that have, unfortunately, poisoned a child. Those people cannot rent it until they remediate it, and we're trying to stay in front of that curve.
Thank you. Councilor Najin.
We do have a member of staff that's in charge of the application process and also the following up to make sure that the work is done. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it is a partnership. Under this grant, there's a lead program manager. The community development program coordinator is the one who writes the grant, helps coordinate all the draws. The grants department helps do the draws to reimburse us. Purchasing is involved with putting them out to bid, and we have documentation that shows that these bills have been paid. We get a lien waiver before we pay it, saying, okay, so it's a pretty tight program in my mind.
Gotcha. My question about the member of staff was just in order to figure, the questions that was asked by the member of the public, we should be able to access that information, right?
We can.
Yeah,
The person
okay.
who we've had we're on our third lead program manager for this current lead grant. The person who did the 2017 grant became a different role at the city. We had 2 other lead program managers. The most recent one
And
left.
yeah, we're documenting
and
everything.
He's stepping
so it
back
shouldn't
up, but we've
yeah,
got
if we could
reports.
just maybe get that
Yep.
information, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep.
Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Director Jeffers. We're now up to reports and updates from councilors. Councilor Glant.
I'm still looking for people for the senior committee from 4 of the different wards. Please round somebody up. We meet next month. You don't look old enough, but I'll take you. And to the citizens out there, if you're in a particular ward and you're interested in being on our senior committee, please contact your counselor, and we'll see if we can get you set in place so we can start this process rolling forward. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank city staff who worked on the Balloon Festival. I thought it was a great success, even if the weather didn't cooperate with balloon launches. I know I saw Director Connor down there, Director Amores, Martin, and Assistant Director Libby for most of the weekend. And there were numbers of other staff members who worked on it as well. And yeah, I thought it was a great event, especially given the short time frame, and really what we needed in this community to sort of bring us all back together.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. This morning, the Lewiston Auburn Railroad Corporation met. You heard a presentation during the workshop from President Labonte about conversion of the CSX line to a rail trail. That's a program that LARC will be willing to head up. We also talked about leasing some property on the Auburn side of the river to the city of Auburn to facilitate the freight movers dealing with one entity instead of several. Auburn currently operates the safe handling or the intermodal aspect, as well as jointly with Lewiston, the airport. Consolidating all these under one control would make sense. So the LARC board authorized the president to begin investigating leasing property from LARC to the city of Auburn. That will come back to our board before we take action on it.
To echo what Councilor Herman was saying, yes, our city directors and city staff did an amazing job. And the countless community volunteers and organizers that helped make it happen. Thank you all so much. Further reports and updates? Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, so I'm obviously deeply concerned with all the confirmed shootings so I just have this written, I'm just going to read it, okay? The confirmed shootings we continue to have in our city of Lewiston. Just this past weekend alone, we had 3 confirmed shootings. To my knowledge, that means we've had approximately 20 plus shootings this year, and we're only 8 months into this year. I would like to ask if we could have a workshop with the chief of police, as well as representatives from the Lewiston Police Department regarding the status of the current investigations involving the shootings and the gun violence. This is truly going to take all of us as a community to fight this gun violence. It's not only adults, but our youth are shooting and killing each other. The consequences of these incidents aren't isolated to just involved parties, but also is affecting public safety, general well-being of our city. It is going to take more than just the police to fight this battle. Our city must work together to fight this, including our schools, businesses, friends, families, but most importantly, parents. We have done our youth an injustice by allowing our children to not cooperate with police, leaving no consequences for any parties involved, but only room for more retaliation and violence. I fear this is causing our youth to feel entitled, disrespectful, not only at home, but with our law enforcement teachers and etc. However, I do have faith in our youth and in the city of Lewiston that we will conquer this. We will conquer this violence and help our youth and citizens to reach their fullest potential. But I would like to see if we could get some sort of a workshop scheduled.
Administrator O'Malley.
Yeah, I'll speak with the chief and we'll schedule a workshop.
Thank you.
Sooner rather than later.
Thank
you. Yes, Councilor Herman.
Thank you. Just a quick update from the school committee. We have been hiring for many positions. There are still a few that are still open. At the last meeting, we hired several assistant principals as well. So it's great to see all those positions being filled up, and looking forward to the start of school.
And seeing no further reports and updates from councilors, we're now up to new business. Is there any from the council? Councilor Roy.
Thank you. I don't know if this falls under new business, but I wanted to promote the Lewiston Public Schools Summer Outreach Program with the store next door. August 22nd from 3 to 6, there's going to be a dunk tank, face painting, balloon animals, Airless touch truck and barbecue at 145 Burt Street in Lewiston, Maine, and there will be tons of backpacks. Thank you for zooming in on that. Awesome. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah. If I move it up or down? No, just kidding. All right. Well, that's one thing. I've got a whole bunch of stuff. So thank you, Council Longchamps, because that was on my list too, was to definitely try to get a workshop with the chief. A couple of other things. Wanting to know, we have a local snowmobile club that is looking for maybe volunteers, maybe some donations. It's the Hillside Family Riders Snowmobile Club. And if anybody wants to volunteer time, there's a couple of bridges that do need to be fixed. The city does not have the money or the manpower to fix these bridges, but I would be looking to see if anybody that rides, hikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, anybody like that that would want to pitch in and try to fix these bridges. You can email me at my city email. I don't know it off the top of my head because I've never emailed me.
Roy?
Roy. All right, there you go. Thank you. A couple of other things. Looking for maybe a gas station or a couple of gas stations that might be able to partner to do help seniors with getting gas maybe once a week from, maybe in the morning or on a Saturday. Some seniors and disabled citizens are not able to pump their own gas. So just looking for somebody that might be able to help out with that. Also, no, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I emailed everybody, I think it was on Thursday. I had a constituent reach out to me about a carbon pricing resolution. It would be a resolution of the city council asking our federal delegation to adopt legislation that would basically put a price on carbon to assist with mitigating climate change. I said I would bring it forward to see what the temperature of the council was as far as having it as a resolution. Similar resolutions have been passed by close to 30 Maine municipalities, and it's really just to put pressure on our representatives in Congress to pass such legislation. So I thought I'd bring it up here. Emailed it to all of you, but to avoid discussing it as a quorum over email, I thought it would be best to bring it up under new business. But it can, it can certainly be something that we discuss at our next meeting under new business if you want to take some time to dig into it, think about it, or we can, it's really whether we want to bring it forward or not.
We will contemplate that, I guess, over the next few moments. In the meantime, Councilor Chittum.
Well, I just wanted to follow up and Councilor Harriman, if somebody wants to draft a resolve, I think the process would be to bring that resolve forward to the council, and then we can debate it on the merits of that actual wording. So if you'd like to do that or commission someone to do it, I'm sure that it could be placed on the agenda for our next meeting.
Yep, well, I agree. I kind of wanted to get a sense of how people felt about it, before going to that step and bringing it forward on the agenda.
Councilor Nagy.
I would say I would need to see the language of the resolve to make any type of decision on whether or not I would approve it or vote for or against it.
Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, we did have this big go-around with the Gaza resolve, and thinking that this is beyond the purview of the city council, I'm wondering if that would apply here as well. It is more local, and there's nothing wrong with us as a council communicating with our elected officials that we would like to have them do this. But bearing in mind the brouhaha that we had over the Gaza resolve, there's a potential there that it could backfire as well.
Councillor Gallant?
I would have to say that I would not support it. I'd have to ask all of my constituents their feelings, as my vote represents a ward, not my own. If you're interested in doing it on your own, please feel free to reach out to your federal individuals.
I mean, if we're all weighing in about this, I mean, my first thought is that, you know, we're free to reach out to our federal delegation, you know, as ourselves. I mean, we could, and listen, completely support, you know, clean energy and understand that climate change is real, but I just don't think that this rises to the, you know, level of, it doesn't meet the test of, is this city business? And so that's where I'm at. Mr. Agron, is there something we can do for you?
Yes, I'm an other who has business before the city.
Yes.
Because it says others. It does not state staff.
Yeah, I understand, but.
And I have two items that I'd like to bring before you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to agree to that. Others does in fact mean staff.
Where does it state staff?
I understand your...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Chittum.
I would like the council to decide this. I think it's not the officer, the presiding officer's role. If we have to suspend the rules to allow this, the language does say city business by councilors or others. And I would argue that others is all-inclusive. If this is a problem, we can fix it in subsequent agendas. But for tonight, I don't think we can make up a limiting definition of the word of others, and I would throw it open to the council. So I'd make a motion that the council authorize the definition of others to be all-inclusive for tonight, and that we fix the agenda wording for subsequent meetings.
So moved.
One second, if I may. Madam Clerk, how should we agree here? It sounds like we need to, it seems like there's, you know, some effort to change council or change agenda. And then, but in the meantime, if the council wishes to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Agron to speak, what would be the process for that?
Yes, so that's what you do, Mr. Mayor. So let me just clarify. The acting city administrator brought this to my attention this afternoon. This is a typo from the city clerk's office when we prepared the agenda. Your adopted city council working rules has the schedule of items that will be on your agenda, and your adopted council rules say any other city business, councilors, or staff may have relating to Lewiston City Government. So simply the word other is basically a typo from my office. I'll take responsibility for that. It should say staff. So your rules do say staff. So if it's the council's wish to entertain comments from the public at this time, then I would concur that you would need to vote to waive the council rules and allow it at this time. The item on the agenda is simply just an error in wording, but your adopted rules do say councilors or staff for other business.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. And before, you know, I'm perfectly fine with the council wishing to suspend rules to, you know, in an effort to allow Mr. Agron to speak. But if the council will allow me, here's my quick take on it. So, you know, historically, it's, you know, this is for staff and for councilors. And what has really happened here is, you know, Mr. Agron, you know, here's a decent, what I think is a decent analogy. So if you were in a department store and then you found a toy and the wrong price was on it, and it was much lower than you anticipated, and if you went up to the cashier and you were like, sell me this toy at this price, and they would be like, no, the sticker's wrong, we're not going to do that. And it's like, but this is the price. Well, it doesn't matter, this is not what we intended. And so, yeah, I would argue that public comment is over. And
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the question.
So we have, can you repeat the motion, Madam Clerk?
The motion was to waive the council rules and to allow public comment at this time, but I apologize, I did not catch who made the motion or seconded.
I believe it was Councillor Chittum, and then was it seconded by Councillor Gallant?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Chittum wants to move the question. Is there a second for that?
Second.
There's a second for that. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure, so the motion before you is to move the question, so Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
And Ward 6?
Yes.
So now the motion before you is the pending motion, which is to waive the city council rules and to allow members of the public to speak under item 18 this evening. Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Public comment is now open here. Please start the timer.
The first thing is, this other's been here for at least the last 2 meetings, so it's been ongoing. The first thing is, you guys need to hold to your rules. 15 minutes public comment, 15 minutes. You guys overran that tonight. The second thing is, I would like to ask you, at the next council meeting, to release the fully unredacted report from Toby Tyner into the investigation of Heather Hunter's charges of a hostile work environment in City Hall. We've got the redacted one, which says there's no crime, but there's a whole lot of that that's covered up, so we, the public who's read it, has no idea what else might be hiding behind the black. I'll ask that you please consider releasing it so that we can all see what was really there. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Back to the council for new business, should there be any. Yes, Councilor Nagy.
I just wanted to state as well that the perception for public safety is challenged at the moment. And so in order to help shape, we had suggested before a meeting with the chief, in order to shape this meeting to make it more productive, possibly the police department could name what it needs from the council, if anything, in order to help address some of the public safety concerns, especially around the violence. I don't know if it's just a messaging issue, but I do know that there are people who are definitely intimidated and afraid in my ward. So,
Councilor Soul, did you have something?
Yeah, just given all the gun violence we've had in the last period of time, Friday morning at 8 a.m., is it a safety meeting? Scott, I think I saw one of the events was at 8 a.m. on Friday, this Friday morning. And I think it was a public safety, maybe at Trinity. But it starts at 8 a.m.
It's not ours. They're running it. It's their thing.
Well, I still think it would be maybe something
right.
that
Yes,
the public
making-
might want to
yeah,
to
making it
join.
right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's at 8 a.m. at Trinity. Maybe. It's a safety, public safety meeting.
Councilor Longchamps.
Not to make this last any longer, but I do think it would be a good idea to maybe invite Generational Noir and maybe Mears to kind of be involved in solutions that they have or may have tried to come up with for.
Are you talking for the safety committee meeting
Sorry, yeah.
or the workshop?
The workshop.
Because I know that the mayor has his safety committee, and I think those folks are already involved in that, Mr. Mayor?
Are they?
Incorrect.
Yes, and so I can give a small update here, anything further, Councilor Longchamps?
No.
Okay. So there's since Sahal's death, there's been a number of community conversations, yes, held both by Mears and Generation Noir. I was unaware of the Trinity one this Friday, but there is Generation Noir's hosting something, I think, at Connors tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, I think, is it 6?
Yes, I believe it's at 6.
Okay. And so there's been a large number of, or there's been quite a few community conversations, and so that does give me a little bit of hope. And as far as the safety committee goes, I have been talking with members, and we'll talk with them further about how everything fits together. We don't need to be duplicating efforts, and so yeah, that's where things stand like right this second. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
On a better note, though, my 90-year-old friend now has a place to live.
Amen.
Yes, with the help of everybody, the city and everyone. She has a beautiful apartment and is settling in. She got a new cat, and I think we'll be friends for life.
Councilor Sold, you found some info about the program at Trinity.
There it is. It's Speak Up Against Gun Violence. Nope, that's the wrong one, sorry. I don't know where it is. I don't know, I can't find it. But it is. There's one Friday morning at 8 a.m. called Speak Up Against Gun Violence. So I'll try to find it for you guys. Sorry.
Councilor Najin.
And just to come back to this, you know, it does seem that there's a little bit of disorganization as far as like the community efforts, as well as the kind of the lack of city representation as far as the council is concerned. I know that you have attended a couple of the public meetings, and I know that Councilor Harriman has, but
As well as some members of the police department and city staff.
okay. I just think there should be some type of like, almost like the public safety committee can fill that gap. I don't know where it comes from, but like there has to be some type of unified movement so that the folks that are concerned are being heard, and it's clear they're being heard, and there's an action plan put forward if there isn't one already in place.
Wholeheartedly agree, and yes, I think as we have a couple more of these community conversations, I think, yeah, we need to coalesce about who's doing what and so on and so forth. So yeah, that hopefully in the next couple weeks that will all come into focus.
Okay.
Further, anything else from councilors? Staff? Are we good? Administrator O'Malley, thank you. I believe we have some executive sessions, Madam Clerk.
You do. Item number 19, executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Requested action, excuse me, to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So move.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Good night, Lewiston. We're heading into executive session. We won't be back. Have a wonderful evening.